Well, good morning, everyone. Isn't this an exciting time to be back together? I'm so shocked. I've been to a lot of NeoCons. By the way, I'm Gary Wheeler, a longtime member of ASID and this new CEO, and been to over 30 NeoCons in my professional life. And this is so strange. I'm used to rooms with 300 to 500 people in them and standing room only. But this is the first time we've all been back together. So I'm talking off script, but I just want to welcome all of you to NeoCon and to a very exciting event we're about ready to have. As I said, I've been to over 30 of these events, and even while I lived in Europe, I still came back for NeoCon because this is so important to our industry. And the reason I have been a lifetime member of ASID, but also of NeoCon, is because of what it brings to us all. To learn from our fellow designers, all of you in the audience, in the pursuit of excellence. Design is core to that. And bringing together firms of all sizes, small, large, medium, multiple locations, brings new ideas and new information to the table. And that diversity of ideas and thinking and people is what is core to good interior design and interior architecture. So that's what NeoCon is about, and that's what ASID is about. And we create through this collaboration design community empowered to impact the lives of others. And I think that's core to our success. Our keynote today is someone that's going to have a lot and a lot to say about the impact of design, of living and design has on the world. I'm honored to introduce Frans Johansson, who will be sharing with you the power of, I want to read this correctly, the power of innovation and strategy when matched with diversity and inclusion. I'm going to say that again. The power of innovation and strategy when matched with diversity and inclusion, and what this can mean to you and your clients and the world. Frans is CEO of the Medici Group, where he has advised executive leadership at Fortune 500 companies such as Disney, IBM, Nike, MasterCard. Now, we've had about 45 minutes in the back room to talk to each other, and you're in for a real treat. This man is smart, he knows what he's talking about, and he's going to help us change how we approach DEI. The firm recently launched Renaissance, a revolutionary change platform which leverages diversity and inclusion to drive business outcomes and elevate team, core word, team performance. Frans holds a BS of Environmental Science from Brown University and an MBA from Harvard Business School. And he is currently on the Board of Trustees from the New York Hall of Science. So, through this talk, Frans will demonstrate what diversity and inclusion are imperative to the success of organizations' growth. And in fact, they are ultimate drivers for innovation. Please join me in welcoming Frans Johansson. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Okay, I'm not going to go too close, but it's exciting to be in a room with a lot of people in person like this, right? Yes, nice. Raise the roof. I want to talk about why it is that diversity and inclusion drives creativity and innovation, and what it is that we can do about it. That's really the whole point of this talk. But before I get into any of that, I thought I should take maybe 90 seconds, maybe like 2 minutes to tell you a bit about myself, where I come from, why I'm even interested in this topic. Does that make sense to you? Yes? Yes? I'll do that then. The answer to the question where I come from is my parents. So you need to know something about my parents. Them on the screen, in the middle of that screen. My mother, she recently passed, but she was black and Cherokee. My dad is Swedish, and they met in Germany, obviously. That's where people like that meet, I think. But I was born and raised in Sweden, which is located here. Now, something about Sweden during the time I grew up in this country, okay? Sweden consisted essentially of two groups of people. One group was blonde, blue-eyed, and quite reserved. And the other group was me, basically. It's just a joke, because that was me and my sister. I went to college at Brown University. I studied environmental science for the following reasons. When I did that, I saw something interesting. A lot of different scientific researchers at this campus, but I never really felt they were able to pull together the purpose of the research, and I wanted them to do that, so I created Science Magazine with that intent, and it's still actually around to this year, to this day, and this inspired me to start a healthcare company based on my aunt's research at Johns Hopkins. She was the first black female tenure professor at Johns Hopkins, and after that, I ended up going to business school at Harvard, as you heard, where I started a software company, which did great until it didn't, and then I got an idea on that sort of downward slope of this journey, which was that I had seen that in my life, whenever I was able to combine concepts from the different cultures I've been exposed to, or from the different fields and disciplines I've been exposed to, I seemed to have a better chance of breaking new ground. So I started to wonder, is that sort of a general truth for innovation and creativity? And I decided to research that. It took me far longer than I ever imagined. I was literally down to my last $2.45. Things started turning around. The book came out. Eventually, it did really well, been translated into 21 languages, along with its sequel. And I started seeing these ideas pop up all over the place, including in fields like architecture. This is a building design based on the principles of this book in northern India. I started a company called the Medici Group. I had the great pleasure of working with companies all over the world with this and with teams all over the place. And as you heard, launched a platform called Renaissance. In the middle of this, I got married. Moved to Brooklyn, now I have a daughter. Actually, I have two. And I'm here with you. That's my story up at this particular point in time. Thank you. Thank you. So a question to the AV team. Would it be possible to mirror the slides on the screen to the conference monitor so I can just make sure that I'm progressing? All right. So here's something that's changed over the years since I've really started doing this work. The question I've been getting from leaders in organizations have actually changed. It used to be like 10 or 15 years ago, but the question I would get would be something like this. What's the next killer product? A lot of conversation around that topic. What's the next killer product? And then that question changed. The question I kept on getting was, what's the next killer business model? Like, is it a service model? How do we alter that? But today, the question I get most often is some version of this. Is the world outside of my organization changing faster than we are? And almost always, the answer to that question is yes. And what should we be able to do about it? Or if I were to restate that question, why is it that creativity and innovation can be so hard, so difficult? So in this journey of understanding how diversity and inclusion drives innovation and performance and creativity, particularly for teams, I want to first start with why it is that innovation can be hard to begin with. If we understand that we can understand why diversity and inclusion matters and should matter in the teams that we create, the teams that we have. Now, I believe that there are a lot of different reasons why innovation can be difficult, why creativity can be difficult. But if I were going to hone in on the most important one, the number one reason, I would say something like this. We tend to rely on expertise and logic in trying to reach success. Tend to rely on expertise and logic in trying to reach success. You may look at this and go, yeah, well, what else are we supposed to rely upon? Right, like incompetence and like not logic, like how does that make sense? Like it doesn't make sense. So let's take a moment to break this down just for a second, right? Let's start with logic. if you believe that a logic or sort of a rational analysis of the opportunities that you face is going to be the one thing that sets you apart from your competitors, that means that you have to believe that your competitors do not have access to logic. I mean, if it's your sort of edge, it's your competitive advantage. But they do. And so if we use that as a basis, we're going to find ourselves starting to become increasingly like them. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. This is an example from a book called, from a research by Young Mi Moon at the Harvard Business School, but it perfectly illustrates the point I want to make. Let's imagine for a moment that you work for a car company. I'm going to pick one completely at random, considering my background. Let's say that you work for Volvo. And let's say that you evaluate cars along 5 dimensions: reliability, size, safety, design, and miles per gallon. Let's say that you also have a direct competitor. Let's call it Audi. Now, along 3 of these dimensions, you're more or less the same, but along 2 of them, the big differences. You, as a Volvo, are crushing it when it comes to safety, but not so much when it comes to design. Audi is the reverse. If I ask you, well, should you improve, the answer seems to be staring at you from the screen, because if you could just improve design, you'll crush Audi, right? Except Audi's thinking the same way. So what did they improve? Safety, right? And then something interesting starts to happen. Using logic to set yourself apart means you're going to be in the same place everybody else is, because it's the logical place to be. This is a real challenge when it comes to creativity and innovation. And what about expertise? I said expertise can also be a problem around this. And the thing about it is that we know that expertise is important. I mean, you probably can trace a lot of your success to expertise. And if we look around in the world around us, we see expertise also matters. This is Serena Williams, one of the most formidable tennis players who's ever lived. You know, she won her first US Open in 1998. It's only sort of in the past year to 2 years that, like 20 years later, that she's basically now is seeding from that spot. And she's a perfect example of why expertise is so important. She's an example of a rule that got popularized a number of years ago called the 10,000-hour rule. How many in this room have heard of the 10,000-hour rule? I'm just curious. It's a few of you. Basically, what this rule says is the following. What was that? Malcolm Gladwell popularized it. That's right. And it says something along the lines of the following. If you want to become the best in the world at something, then you have to practice for 10,000 hours or more at that thing. And the reason that rule works is because 10,000 hours is a lot of hours. She's just way ahead of everybody else. And this rule perfectly explains Serena Williams' success. She can barely remember having lived a single day of her life without either having practiced or played tennis. But when you think about it, this rule doesn't really hold up beyond the world of tennis and golf and a few other areas. Like, in the world of business, in the social world, there seems to be something else at play. I mean, how many hours of practice do you think Reed Hastings had in video rentals before he started Netflix? He rented a couple of movies, right, and he didn't like the way you returned them, so he starts Netflix. We'll take Richard Branson. Okay, he starts Virgin Records, right, and then he does the next logical thing, Virgin Airlines. How many hours of practice do you think he had running an airline? None. That's right. He started with a lawyer. Like, what's going on? Why is it that for Serena Williams, expertise perfectly explains her success, but in the world of business, it seems to be just much more complicated. In the social world, it seems to be much more complicated. And the reason why is because for Serena, the rules of the game basically never changes. These are the measurements of a tennis court, and they stay this way for like 100 years. If the rules change, they're very slight and sort of well telegraphed. It used to be, for instance, that if you wanted to serve a ball in tennis, you need to keep 1 foot on the ground when you did that. And they changed that rule in the 60s. So you can now jump and serve. Wow. How can anybody keep up in this fast-moving world of tennis? But the rules keep on changing all the time. Look, Serena knows exactly what she needs to do to be successful. She just has to do it better than everybody else. How does it work for the rest of us, though, when the rules can change? So Nokia used to be the Serena Williams of the mobile phone world. In 2007, they were 3 times larger than the next competitor. And they knew the rules of this world cold. Phones were supposed to have cool colors, cool shapes, and cool ringtones. And then none of it mattered. Colors, black. Shapes, rectangular. Ringtones, it's all about apps. If the rules can change, then your ability to figure out what you need to do next actually drops. The expertise and the need for it, or your reliance on it, starts dropping, right? Well, you might say maybe something else was going on here. Nokia maybe they're just kind of idiots about the whole thing. Here's a quote from a Nokia executive. It's a very insightful quote from that time. We missed big trends, basically, was what came up there. That was from the former CEO at the time. What this quote suggests is that would it actually be, if we could have spotted the trends, it would have been easy to make the right choice. But the fact is that trends are very easy to spot after the fact. I mean, in order to understand how easy it was to miss these trends, we have to go back to when the iPhone came out and completely changed. In a matter of 3 years, they decimated Nokia once the iPhone and Android came out. We have to look at what people said about the iPhone when it came out. Was it obvious that it was going to actually be the game changer it was? Here's what Bloomberg's analyst said at the time. Apple is unlikely to make much of an impact on this market. That was wrong. CNET, which is the leading tech site at the time, said Apple is slated to come out with a new phone and it will largely fail. It's Forrester Research, the leading technology research and analyst company, and they said that the iPhone will not substantially alter the fundamental structure and challenges of the mobile industry. And here's Ed Colligan. He used to be the CEO of a company called Palm, which is maybe like 5 people in this room that know what I'm talking about. I had one. We've learned and struggled for years here, figuring out how to make a decent phone. PC guys are not just trying to figure this out. They're not just going to come walking in. The fact is that logic and expertise cannot be the only guidance for us to find a new pathway forward. And the reason for that is because it's the unexpected that makes us stand apart. The unexpected means that we hit upon something that was not obvious, even with deep expertise. It means that we hit upon something that was not obvious, even with the most logical and rational of analysis. You know, when YouTube came out, there were any number of people in Silicon Valley that was slamming their heads against the wall. Are you kidding me? You upload a video and then you watch the video. Like, that's the idea? But not think of that. Except even the founders of YouTube didn't think of YouTube. YouTube started as a dating site. The idea was to upload a video of yourself, and then people vote whether or not they want to date you. And that's a really bad idea. But then one of the founders went to dinner, 2 of the founders went to dinner. They were filming that dinner, but they had nowhere to easily share that movie. And actually, the 3rd founder was trying to find a video of Janet Jackson's wardrobe malfunction in Super Bowl that year. And they're like, when they teamed up, they said, "You're trying to find a video? We're trying to upload a video. Why don't we do that?" That became YouTube. Howard Schultz, director of retail operations at Starbucks. Years before he's about to become the CEO of that company, he goes to Milan. Now, at this time, Starbucks does not sell coffee by the cup. You've forgotten this, but they sell coffee beans and coffee makers. And he's on his way to Houseware Conference in Milan. And so he's walking down the street to do that. He sees this place, it's like a cafe or a bar. And he goes into it, and there's a lot of people in there, and he asks for a drink, and he gets an espresso. And at this point in time, Howard Schultz has never tasted an espresso in his entire life. And he hasn't tasted a latte either. But when he does, it changes his life. He realizes that Starbucks does it all wrong. It's not about the coffee beans or coffee makers. It's about the communal feeling you get when you drink coffee with others. And that changes the course of Starbucks history forever. Surprise ultimately is a leading indicator of creativity and innovation, but this puts us with a problem. Because if logic and expertise can't be our only guides, we need something else to help guide us. And what is that? And the answer to that question is, we need diversity, and we need inclusion of this diversity. So let me explain what I mean by this. This is what's going to take us out of this Volvo Audi trap. This is what's going to enable us to chart a future in small ways within our team, how you may play this out tomorrow or next week, or in big ways, in how we are working with our clients and customers all over the world. First of all, let me define diversity here. Let me just take a moment to do that. Because at Medici, we have a specific definition of it along 4 dimensions. The first one is who you are. That's your gender, your race, your age, your sexual orientation and identity, and so on. It is what you do. That is your function, your education, your industry. It is how you do it. Are you extroverted? Are you introverted? It is with whom you do it. These are the networks and communities that you built in your industry, in your company, in your community. And what I'm saying is that if you're able to bring together these perspectives, then you set yourself up for innovation. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. We have this architect named Nick Pierce who receives a challenge one day to build the largest building in Harare, the capital of Zimbabwe, but there's a design constraint. This building can contain no air conditioning, which is intriguing because on occasion it gets hot in Zimbabwe. But he manages to accomplish this by combining his field of expertise, architecture, with the field of termite ecology. And here's how it works. Termites build these mounds in the African savanna, and they need to keep an exact 87 degrees Fahrenheit inside of these mounds in order to grow fungi that helps them digest wood. Well, how do they do that? Because the temperature in the savanna can drop to 40 degrees at night, rise to over 100 degrees during the day. Well, what the termites do is they build these vents around the base of the mound, and they redirect air breezes into these vents into a cool pool of mud at the bottom of it. Then they circulate this air up, and by opening and closing vents constantly, they can regulate the temperature exactly. So he goes, well, okay, but maybe I can use the same principle for my building, which is what he did. It's the Eastgate, one of the largest buildings in Harare, uses no air conditioning, right? Saved them about $4 million right away. And he uses 90% less energy than any other building around it with a 72 degrees Fahrenheit on average. Innovative? It's up there. Now, why did Nick Pierce think of this? Was it because he was an architect focusing exclusively on the field of architecture? No, and he certainly wasn't a termite ecologist either. He was combining concepts and ideas from these two fields. And through that, he broke new ground. Now, call what happens at these intersections of different fields and cultures and perspectives the Medici Effect, based on the Medici family who ruled the city of Florence some 500 years ago. And during their rule, they sponsored highly creative individuals from lots of separate disciplines: architects, sculptors, philosophers, painters, designers, Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, from all over Europe, even as far away as from China. And they brought them to the city of Florence, where they were able to break down the boundaries between the different disciplines, between the different cultures, and ignite an explosion of new idea combinations, of new concepts. And through that, ignite what we today know as the Renaissance. How do we create this effect in our own teams, in our own organizations? How do we create these bursts of renaissance? But we do it because we understand the power of diversity in this context. Now, if you want to dig into it a little bit deeper, I first want to take a moment to explain why this effect works. And it's actually a multitude of explanations. I go through a bunch of them in my book. So here I just want to hone in on the most important explanation for why diversity drives innovation. The number one reason goes back to a fundamental rule of innovation. And it's this: all new ideas are combinations of existing ideas. Every single new thing that you can think of is something that already exists, and then you add something else to it. And that's exactly what this was right here. But this rule has a caveat, which is that not all idea combinations are created equal. See, if I tell you that I'm going to combine the concepts of a bikini with a sandy beach, you're not going to be impressed. It's been done before a lot. But if I tell you I'm going to combine it with something else, like a hijab or a burqa, well, if I can make the connection, it's likely to be quite innovative. And indeed, that's what Hida Sanedi did. Traditional Muslim woman moves from Lebanon to Australia. It's Bondi Beach outside of Sydney. It's a great, great beach. And she realizes that, well, her traditional Muslim culture and how you are dressed in it doesn't really connect really well with Australian beach culture. But what if it did? Like, what if she could combine her traditional Muslim culture with the Australian beach culture? What if she could combine a burqa of a bikini? What if she can create a burkini, right? A burqa out of high-performance material and cut. And through that, she's now been able to change the lives of millions of women around the world. Massive market. A couple of years ago, Nike launched the Pro Hijab line to sort of tap into this. So the concept here is that when you combine ideas, if the ideas are closely connected, then the likelihood of the new idea being innovative actually isn't that great. But the more diverse you can make them, the more different you can make them, the further you enhance that probability. And this story also sets up a clue around one other dimension, which we're going to get back to later, but I'll give you the clue now, which is that if you would have gone and talked to traditional, like Western swimwear manufacturer and said, hey, what do you think the market potential of selling bikinis to traditional Muslim women would be? They would go, well, it's very low. And then if you go over to and talk to traditional Muslim women and say, what do you think is the market potential of getting into like bikinis? They say the same thing, low. What's required, right, is to be inclusive of these perspectives, because that's how you can start discovering new insight. So a clue here, right? I talked about diversity, but we can already see that this is only half of the equation. The inclusion piece is necessary as well, which we're going to get back to in a second. So how do you take these concepts and how do you make them yours? So I want to go through sort of 4 principles, if you will, on this. The first one is that because the world is changing so quickly, we have to frequently reframe our opportunities and challenges. In fact, I talk often about the ability to constantly reframe them. Excuse me for a second. The ability to constantly reframe your opportunities and challenges. Right now, there's so much happening with there's new perspectives, there's new technologies, there's new insight, there's new solutions, there's new services, there's new knowledge. And it means that whatever rate of change we're on, and that we have been on, God, you know, the past 2 years, it's likely to keep going, for better or worse. So your ability to get into this notion of reframing where your opportunities and challenges are becomes very important. Every organization and team must constantly reframe what success is and how to accomplish it. Let me just give you an example of reframing that I like. We have this company called Cemex. It's a Mexican cement company, one of the largest in the world. Well, and they sell, they sell cement, basically. And you look at that and you have to go, where's the edge? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, where's the edge in selling cement? How do you eke out an advantage here? But they actually sell the cement at a 20% higher margin than their competitors. How? Well, in part, they're managing the supply chain differently, and the port system and so on. And again, I don't know if this is playing out, how this is played out during COVID, but pre-COVID that was the case. But they also have something else. They've been able to reframe what a bag of cement is and means. So in Mexico, they've been able to sort of take this notion of a bag of cement and turn that into a viable wedding gift. Like how? It's like if you're getting married, would you want a bag of cement? Or would you want to give a bag of cement? But it turns out, right, that for many Mexican families, once you get married, what is one of the things you start doing, particularly for low-income families, is to build a house or build an extension on your existing house. And what do you need to build a house? Cement. And so they created a campaign called Patrimonio Hoy, which made the emotional connection between what a bag of cement would mean and one of the most important days of your lives. That's the reframe. So the necessity for us to reframe is only going up. That's my first point. The second one, though, is, well, how? Okay, so you told me we had to reframe, but like, how do I do that on a consistent basis? And being inspired by fields and cultures different from yourself is one key to it. And just sort of shared some examples of that. But to do that on a So basically, the best way to reframe is to bring in diverse perspectives. That's really what the key is around the diversity. And the way you do that on a consistent basis, is to think about your teams. Do you have the ability to create diverse teams? So do you have the ability to join a team and add to its diversity? And when we do that, we also have to connect this with the notion of what experience and expertise even means in a world that is changing this quickly. In a world that is changing quickly, right, the shelf life of any one given expertise shrinks, because there's always new things that are coming on board that we have to work through. So what I want to do now is I want to take a moment just to share to sort of work out a bit of what could be a perceived tension between the idea of diversity on a team and the expertise and experience that is represented by the individuals on that team. So let's imagine that you can actually make a choice on your team. You want a new person to join your team. And you have a choice. You can choose between a person named Peter and a person named Luis. And the surface area of this bubble around this person's name represents this person's sum total of experience and expertise. Now, if you knew nothing else, you might say, well, I would choose Peter because Peter's bubble is bigger. What I'm saying here is that actually we should look at is, what team does this person join? What team is this person joining? And in this case, this person is joining this team. You got George, you got Juan, you got Maria. Maria is really experienced. Her bubble doesn't even fit the screen. You got Gita, you got Bill. And if you were to map them out on a 2x2, it kind of looks something like this. Here you got George, Maria, Juan, Gita, Bill, and here's Peter. And here's Luis. Now, who adds more to this team? Luis. Of course, what does the group to the left say? Well, Bill, first of all, thinks Peter's skill set is really, really important. It's critical. The way he thinks about the world. Not only that, my bet is if you ask this group to the left, explain to me what the size of the box is that you're operating in. They would say, it looks like this. See, we're really good at what we're doing. Really good. It might even require a Louise to even understand that you can expand a box to begin with. Now, to be clear, Louise here is a representation of all the dimensions of diversity that I stated earlier. In fact, well, I'll get back to that piece. But this basically shows the power of being able to bring in a diverse perspective into the team. But I've only told you half the story, because bringing in somebody different to a team doesn't mean that you now unleash the creativity or innovation of that team. Because you actually need inclusion to make diversity actually matter. And so what I want to do now is I want to go back to this to this image that I showed you earlier, this one. And I want to go through what is actually happening in this image. Because if you look at this picture, you soon begin to realize that what I'm presenting to you here is not really a stable situation. It's not going to last. Why is that? Because there's two forces acting upon the players in this image. The first one comes from this group to the left. See, they will have no problem ignoring Louise. They may even invited Louise. We need you for your difference. But once there, these ideas and the concepts, they basically become sort of caught in an uphill battle, and effectively, it is as if Louise doesn't even exist. Indeed, she may leave. And what happens? Well, you're back to this situation. But this is not the only force that is acting upon these people, because Louise can anticipate that this is happening. And so what does she do in response? She starts to shed every single thing about her that is different in this context. She doesn't bring it to work. She lets it stay at home or other places. And again, it is as if Louise disappears. But this time not completely, because there's another Louise that emerges. But this is a person that's just really a fraction of her full self. And again, we shrunk the box. Every time I describe this dynamic, over and over again, people react because they can recognize it. We've all been Louise, except some people are Louise far more often than others. And we're back into this situation. Sets us up for the ability to drive change. But unless we can be inclusive, we can't really capitalize on that ability. And so all of this work around inclusion comes back to this. It comes back to this idea that you want to be able to draw power out of this relationship, because you want to basically create a different and better world. What happens when you're able to do that? What happens when you're able to sort of tap into that difference? So here's a picture of a chef, of a Swedish chef, which may surprise some people. Here's the most well-known, well-respected Swedish chef on the planet. How many of you know who this is? I'm just curious. A few of you. What's his name? Marcus Samuelsson. That's right. So you see, as one of the most well-known, well-respected Swedish chefs on the planet. At the age of 24, he became the youngest chef ever to receive the 3-star ratings for his food from the New York Times. He used to have a restaurant actually here in Chicago a few years ago, but and I think he's getting a new one now. But he has basically been able to create a whole empire based on this notion that he's bringing together concepts from different cultures. I caught up with him and filmed him for about a minute and a half, where he talked about his creative process. And what I want you to hear, I'm gonna show this to you now. It's brief. I want you to just listen to, in this very brief span, how many different ways does he make use of difference, make use of diversity in order to free up and inspire. And I also want you to count the number of times he uses the word diversity in this video.
Curiosity as a creative person is one of the cornerstones. Being intrigued by other cultures is one of the cornerstones. And it's really, I feel, what moves you forward. And also allow yourself to fail. Because most of the dishes that we create are not good dishes. But the curiosity of going back and doing one-offs and trying a little bit of this and not really creating one of the most important things that we worked on here is that me and my chef partner, Nils, we sit in a room where we toss up ideas, where nothing is wrong. So chocolate, crocodile meat, sashimi, ice cream, foie gras, pig feet, it doesn't matter. It's all up there. And then you start editing down from that. And candy and, cow milk or whatever. It could be anything. And that's based on curiosity. That's based on really moving flavors forward. But that's free and it's out there as that thought process is. Great dishes come from that thought process. And then you can laugh at each other. You can't. I mean, we have fun while we do it. But it's very much narrowed down to like we're going to change, we're moving forward towards making more interesting food here. That for us is natural. Then he is very technical. So he works very close with flavor companies. And I'm probably more a little bit on the creative side more like. So together then we move forward where it's a technical, I wanted him to know the research of that dish and the fat content and so on. And I might be the one saying, well, what would happen if we put more sugar on the popcorns? What would happen then, or that type of thing.
So you saw him talk about bringing together difference. You saw him talk about recombining it. How many times did he use the word diversity? 0. Right. Because if you ask somebody, hey, how do you think of this? They're not going to go, Frans, thank you for that question. See, what I did was I broke down the associative barriers in my mind, and I created this explosion of new ideas by using the diversity of my step. Like, people don't talk that way. Wait, did you hear it? Did you hear it dripping from every single sentence he uttered? On his staff, he has people from over 40 nationalities, so that's one way for him to get to that. So if we do that, we will enable us to unleash the possibility to create more and better ideas, because the concepts tend to be further apart, like the burkini, and actually we can create an explosion of them. That's to do with a mathematical concept that I haven't got into, but that's what happens in teams like this. They will become much more vibrant. But you can't pursue every single idea that you test or that you create. So you have to figure out as quickly as you can which ideas work and which ideas don't. Success today basically involves testing new approaches and quickly understanding how these tests can move you forward. It's become increasingly, this is a concept that you can sort of see filtering into almost all aspects in industry after industry. And it becomes important for us to develop a way of thinking about how to actually do this in a way that works across all areas of a project. Now, the normal way we think about executing an idea is that something like this. Somebody has an idea, represented by this blue dot right here, and then we start discussing, how should we make this idea happen? Should we do it this way? Should we do it that way? And people go, okay, fine, we'll do it that way. And then we set up a goal, and the goal is big and ambitious and large. Who wants to be associated with tiny, puny, ridiculous goal? No one. And you start executing towards that goal, using up your resources, not just money, but also reputation, a critical resource that you create over the years. Well, here's the thing. As you head towards that goal, you begin to realize that some of the assumptions you made were off. Maybe the technology didn't work the way you expected it to. Maybe the partnership didn't play out the way you thought it was. This isn't the best goal. This is a much better goal right over here. But now maybe you run out of money. Maybe your reputation's taking a bit of a hit. So it's hard to move. There's got to be a better way of thinking about how to execute these types of ideas. So here's a picture of an area in northern Sweden called Jukkasjärvi, and I believe this picture sums up everything you need to know about this area. Okay, it's cold up there, it snows a lot, and it's freaking freezing. And in this area, a guy named Yngve Bergqvist combined the notion of ice with the notion of a hotel, and he created the Ice Hotel. Okay, which I'm assuming in this audience, everybody here has experienced, or at least seen, know what I'm talking about, right? The entire hotel is made out of ice. The floor, the ceiling, the bed you sleep on, the glass you drink from. Who here thinks this was a good idea? Yeah, now we know. It is one of Sweden's largest tourist attraction. It's been more than 30 years in the making. You want to ask yourself the question, could I ever have thought of this? Could I ever have done this? What I'm about to show you is that question is, well, it's not the right question to ask. And why this links back to test small and learn fast. So let's take a look at what did Yngve actually do when he created the Ice Hotel. What was his path, what's his approach to doing it? And what lesson can we learn from that? So you had an idea, first of all, okay? And the idea was to sell the winter, because up in northern Sweden, there's a lot of it, okay? I had resources to do it with, and what I want to do is I want to now share this story, not the way it would be neatly put together post facto. It was brilliant, they came up with this design and that was it. But like play by play, like the way it would be in like a drama documentary, like a drama documentary soundtrack. So the first thing he did was he flew some ice sculptures over from Japan to create an ice exhibit. He created an ice eagle and an ice reindeer, and people came to this exhibit, and it was kind of interesting. But we realized after a while that this isn't it. This isn't my way of selling the winter. So the year after that, he did something else. He created a snow gallery, a building made out of snow. And he hung paintings inside of it, so people can go in and take a look at that. And that was interesting too, but not really it. So he decided to change. So the year after that, he created a building made out of ice now. And he had cool things in there, like a movie screen made out of snow. He had an ice bar, the world's first ice bar. And when he did that, some backpackers came to him and said, hey, look, this is interesting and all, but we want an extreme experience. They said, well, okay, well, what do you want? We want to sleep on ice. Great, he said, because I have a lot of ice over there. You can sleep on that for $200. And they did. And they couldn't stop raving about it. They loved the experience. So he goes, well, wait a minute. Why don't I just build a building with ice beds in them? And that became known as the Ice Hotel. And today it is basically in its, as I said, it's its 30th anniversary, I believe, or 31st. Success is a given. But I want you to take a good, long look at this execution pathway right here. Because this pathway represents the pathway almost every single breakthrough idea. It looks like this. And if you ask yourself the question, could I ever have created the Ice Hotel? It's the wrong question to ask. The right question is, could I have done this? Could I have flown some ice sculptures over from Japan to create an ice eagle and an ice reindeer? And there's another person in this room that couldn't have done this. And that's what he did. I mean, that's the thing. When you talk to him, it's like, well, that's as far as I got in my thinking. And that right there is what we call the smallest executable step, an SES. You get an idea, and the instinct is to blow it up and make it as big as possible. Oh, it's so exciting, but man, you start running into all these problems making that idea happen. Can you do the reverse? Can you shrink it? How tight can you make it? As few resources as possible, learn as quickly as possible what works and what doesn't. What assumptions are you making? What assumptions can you rely upon? When we work with teams, we get them to try to get into this cadence of every 2 to 4 weeks. Is there something you can execute in that time frame? Something you can test, an SES, a smallest executable step. It goes beyond design. It impacts every single part of your work and of a company. What's amazing about this is that diverse and inclusive teams have an easier time supposed to say time, making SES happen. We didn't know this when we started. We didn't realize this, but we saw it over the course looking at the data. Thousands of teams that were going through Renaissance. We could see it over and over again. Why is that? Because if you're a homogeneous team, all sort of kind of thinking in roughly similar ways, same background, you say like, I think we know what we need to do. Here's our smallest executable step. Let's go do it. And it involves talking to Mike over there. So you go to Mike, and Mike is like, I'm busy. Oh, okay, well, we'll hang tight until you're not busy. But what does a diverse team do? Well, a diverse team has, remember this fourth dimension of diversity? With whom are you doing work? A diverse team have access to far more diverse networks, much larger surface area, in a community of professionals, in a community of where you live, in a community of organizations, which means that they can pivot much more easily, one way or another. So Mike is busy? Well, let's go to Alicia. I'd like to test this with you, Alicia. A diverse team just has much greater ability to execute an SES because they're able to pivot or change much more easily, able to tap into more resources much more easily, get access to them much more easily. So I'm going to wrap up now by saying use diversity and inclusion to invite the unexpected and innovate. Okay? Now, I do want to highlight that there's other reasons why we care about diversity and inclusion. Okay? Certainly that's true for me. And inspiration here in those times I think matters. This is Dr. Maya Angelou, and there's these 3 lines in one of her poems that really stand out to me. History, despite its wrenching pain, cannot be unlived, but if faced with courage, need not be lived again. But what's amazing is that not only are we thinking about this in terms of history, but if we're looking at how we are charting our pathway towards the future, creating our future, it's also true that we want diversity and inclusion to help us in that journey. In fact, we need it to help us in that journey. This is a picture of my parents on their wedding day. And my mom was right here in this picture. That's me, in the lower left. She would say that living at this intersection of different countries and race and cultures was the most creative experience. Together with my dad, she was able to create new norms, new traditions, new ways of living that my sister and I could benefit from. And this is what we see over and over again. This is Dr. Chiko Asakawa. She's one of the lead researchers at IBM. She helped them design a new way to navigate the internet, and she's blind. But who would have a better shot at introducing a new, unique perspective than somebody like her? Or when you shoot satellites into space, the size of those satellites really matter. But what if you can draw learnings from the mathematics of origami and actually design satellites that can be more efficiently designed and then being able to sort of more inexpensively shoot them into space? Well, that enables us to set us towards the stars. And this is indeed what is happening right now. The fact is that the world is connected. So hopefully I've been able to show you that this morning, right? Bikinis connect with burqas, termites connect with architecture. The world is connected, but it wasn't created that way. It was somebody making those connections. And I think it should be you. So, thank you very much. Thank you. So how much time do we have for Q&A? What was that? As much as I need. Well, in that case, are there any questions? Let's see how much I need. Are there any questions? This one right there. a
Hello, I'm Helene Oberman, Managing Director of Interior Design Magazine, and I'd like to welcome you to Product Live. This is our series that delves into the products and trends grabbing the industry and in real time looking at the minds behind the design. Balance. We are all striving for a sense of balance within our lives, whether it be between work and our personal lives or other aspects of our day-to-day. We aim for it because ultimately balance will provide us with this feeling of evenness and harmony when all things are aligned. Our friends at PackCraft, a leader in high-performance commercial flooring, have been listening to our need to find stability, especially after this last year, and have translated this desire into a new innovative and design-forward collection driven by human experience. With me today to discuss the journey to find balance within this new collection, deconstructed form, is Amanda Hopkins, product designer for PackCraft. Amanda, welcome back, because I know we've had several conversations together over the last year. And
yeah, I'm so excited to be back and to share this new product with you guys.
I know, we're excited too to have you back. But, you know, obviously this last year has been extraordinary for us all, but I'm curious, in your role at PackCraft, what observations have you been making during this time period about the world around us?
Yeah, well, it's been an atypical year to say the least. And I think we're all seeking reasons to feel hopeful and achieve balance, like you were saying in that opening. And expectations of ourselves and our lives of others have shifted. And we're kind of in many ways reprioritizing everything. And balance is becoming more important than ever. And not just balance as we knew it before, but this different definition of balance and a focus on what's important, appealing away of those things that are simply distractions in a setting of boundaries. So we have been listening to the market and talking to customers, meeting them where they are, whether in person or digital, and have been focused on bringing design to life in the best way possible.
Okay, so I know it's PackCraft's mission to purposefully seek out opportunities to engage with the design community to better understand and design for its product needs. So what were some of the specific insights that you collected from the design industry?
So we have learned that these consumer trends that enable balance are accelerating and are driving commercial design to innovate in new ways, create spaces that center on experience, and lean into a deeper understanding of the user of the space and design for their needs, not just physical needs, but emotional needs as well. So our experiences and seeking to understand our customers' needs and experience has inspired our design approach, and particularly for our upcoming NeoCon collections this year.
Okay, so by better understanding your client and of course the market needs, you're able to create a product that really transforms space and ultimately the human experience. So with that, with a little teaser, so tell us all about this very special collection you'll be launching at NeoCon.
I'm super excited to finally share this collection. So we have wanted to build off of our deconstructed platform, which is where we make the backing of the carpet part of the design. And with this fourth iteration, we wanted to take a different approach by creating bold patterns, colorways, and textures. And I actually began working on this collection in late 2019. So it's been a couple years. And at that time, we were about to enter a new decade. And I really became inspired by the Art Deco era. And it seemed like that inspiration of shapes, glam, and maximalism was resurging in fashion and interiors as we were entering this new decade of 2020. And I actually did end up taking a trip to Paris during the time of the development pre-pandemic. And I saw so many trends in retail stores and even in the city's architecture that resembled what inspired me the most, which was this combination of shapes, both curved and linear, rich colors, and then this hint of glam that's brought in through metallics and plush textures.
So Amanda, I have to say, you actually had the most amazing foresight because you started this collection and the development of back in 2019, but you looked at a time period it's really so similar to what we are experiencing now, but 100 years before, and you looked at inspiration for Art Deco, which is like a specific style that came off when the world was really recovering from the Spanish influenza. It couldn't like have a better correlation to exactly this time period today.
Yeah, it was pretty insane. And thinking back to that and that era and how everything does align. It is kind of crazy, but it really does go back to that idea of balance and how right now that is exactly what we're seeking. So it really just ended up all falling into line with this collection of deconstructed form.
So, I mean, it's nice that you got a trip to Paris, obviously just before the pandemic. And it sounds like you captured so much inspiration from walking the streets of the City of Lights. But thinking then, how do you translate that inspiration? And with a nod, I know for you, both to technology and to the hand, what was your process for creating and developing the patterning for deconstructed form?
Yeah, so I developed patterns inspired by what I was seeing in Illustrator, so a lot of digital, but then I also did some mini studies by hand and just kind of playing with patterns and shapes and how they work together in an overall composition, while also thinking about how they would look in an 18 by 36 inch carpet tile.
Okay, so let's like dig in a little bit into this collection. And each pattern is really defined by the use of these sort of like angular lines or rounded arcs, as you kind of mentioned earlier. So of course, let's start with the three patterns that are expressed through these very slanted angles, which is graphic slant, structure slant, and texture slant.
Yeah, so I do want to just mention that we really wanted to play into the glam of this collection. So we are using three colors of our metallic primary backing to just give a little bit of that luxurious look to it, but that's available on all of the styles. But starting with the graphic slant, it's this beautiful color point pattern that incorporates these slanted angles to create this really large scale design. And it also features tip shearing throughout the design that creates this really luxurious visual and plush feel. And then its partner is structure slant. It is a medium scale pattern similar to graphic slant, but it's a different construction. It utilizes different yarns, but coordinates beautifully with graphic slant. And then our last of the slanted patterns is texture slant. It's a small scale textural pattern that utilizes slanted elements in this all over texture. And it's the same construction as structure slant, but this pattern is smaller scale. It can go everywhere, but is a perfect complement to the bolder patterns, graphic slant and structure slant.
Okay, so Amanda, what about for those out there that prefer curves? What do you have to offer them?
I am so glad that curves are coming back. I was really excited to develop our arc patterns for this collection. So we have graphic arc. It's the same construction as graphic slant, but this pattern incorporates those large scale rounded arcs. And it also includes that tip shearing to just amp up that luxurious feel. And then its partner structure arc, it's a medium scale pattern compared to graphic arc, but pretty similar. It's a different construction with different yarns, but still coordinates beautifully. And then we have texture arc, which is our smaller scale, all over rounded texture pattern that of course looks so beautiful alongside of graphic arc and structure arc.
Okay, so the last addition to the collection is actually a balance of these curves and slants. And I have to say, it's actually very attuned to what the commercial market needs, which is more rugs.
Yes, so definitely in need of more rugs, and of course, the balance of adding the lines and the arc and curves together, and what better pattern to do that in with our rug Ascent. So it's our color point construction rug, also has tip shearing throughout, and would be a beautiful addition to any space. It comes in 3 different sizes with 2 different binding options, and has the same colorways as graphic slant and graphic arc. So overall pairs beautifully with any style in the collection. But as a rug, we're seeing a lot of more hard surface. So I would recommend pairing it with Inset, which is our beautiful LVT collection of both stone and wood visuals that features metallic angles throughout. So I think it's a great complement to that collection.
So Ascent really plays off of existing collections, which is always such a great thing to have.
Yeah.
So Amanda, I'm just curious, why was it important for Deconstructed Form to utilize 2 different carpet constructions when you were, basically designing this collection?
Yeah, so utilizing 2 different constructions in Deconstructed Form not only allows us to have a variety of visuals, scales, and textures, but it gives flexibility to our customers on design and price. So it enables them to create a maximal space, a minimal space, or a space that incorporates moments of both for each unique project that they may have.
Okay, so I know you already sort of touched on it a little bit, but we all know that color is important to every collection. But I really loved that for this one, you explored sort of both ends of the spectrum with this bold maximalism and these very neutral minimalism.
Yeah, so this idea of minimalism and maximalism really sparked ideas when it came to colors and pattern for the collection. The patterns are bold, but we do have those kind of quieter moments with our textural patterns, but those bolder patterns can be toned down with our subdued, calming neutrals. Or you can really make a statement in your space if you use our playful, invigorating colors. So we wanted to keep this collection fun but usable. So we do have 8 neutral tones varying from a charcoal, a light beige, even a dusty blue troll. And then we do have 4 brighter colors that you can use to create a moment.
Well, I just learned something new with blue trolls, so there you go.
Yeah, I don't know where we coined that term from, but we use it a lot.
I love it. I might start using it myself. So
Yeah.
How does this notion of balance that we keep on going to, how does that help define Deconstructed Form and how it became the inspiration sort of for Hatcraft's overall NeoCon story?
Yeah, so not only this product, but it's driven by market insights, this craving for balance, the balance in design, and then the balance between minimalism and maximalism, which I've mentioned a few times, not only in design, but in our lives, really inspired and led to our NeoCon story for this year.
So how will you translate this idea of balance and the geometry of space into the physical design of your Chicago showroom?
Yeah, so our NeoCon story is about finding balance in aesthetic, experience, and mindset. So using spatial geometric form combined with the materiality of texture and color, we explore this relationship between these 2 contrasting concepts and how they blend to create connection and transform experience. So ultimately, it's about the geometry of space, this emotional connection that is further defined through form.
So I tell this to many manufacturers, but we all know that really designers love to learn about how a product came to be, that process, and really that the journey is really as important as the destination. So with that, I know that Hatcraft will be highlighting your very own process for Deconstructed Form on a grand scale in the showroom.
Yeah, so we have a really beautiful showroom space that will display the moments that are really bold in some of our beautiful colors. But we also do have space in our showroom that will allow the product to speak by incorporating the patterns in a neutral color. So not only does it include beautiful products, but we're also going to include these murals that depict and tell the story of the inspiration behind this product and the geometry of space and art.
So Amanda, with all of these great things coming up for NeoCon, is there anything that you're most excited about?
Yes, so I'm really excited to see this collection come to life because it's been a journey to get here. I also just really am excited to see how our customers use all of the different components of this collection in their space and just continue to explore the design as they come to life, and just seeing how design can really influence an emotional experience of the space and enhancing this balance and transforming experience through space.
Well, Amanda, thank you so much for your time and your insight into the development of deconstructed form. And to our amazing audience out there, please make sure to check out this collection and the Pat Craft showroom live and in person at NeoCon. I'll see you all in Chicago.
Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everybody. Hello. Hi, all you beautiful. What? We're here? Is this like insane or what? Insane? Oh, good, good, insane, good. We're back. We're back. So amazing to see everybody. I know it's like kind of, hi. I know it's like kind of, is it an alternative universe? Or we were in one and now we're in the right universe, right? Maybe, something like that. I don't know. Okay, so first of all, I want to thank the entire industry. You guys made us all proud. Yeah. Everybody they kind of get it, right? That design matters, right? I know, I know. Well, thank you all. You guys rock. Thank you for making this happen with us. We weren't sure how to do it, and we've definitely, hi, Carrie. We definitely didn't allow a lot of people, but this seems pretty nice to me. We love you all, by the way. Interior design at SANDOW, we love all of you. We appreciate everything you've done for the industry and continue to do, and we're so happy to be near you. So, yeah? Okay. All right. Oh, my God, you guys are physical, but we are live streaming right now on interiordesign.net and Facebook. And is it working, you guys? Yay! Thumbs up from our amazing crew. All right. Are we doing music? Are we getting something? We're starting music? Yeah? Music. Okay. A little music. They don't know. Okay. You just follow me, guys. A little music, and we'll play it out together. First of all, a big thank you to the Mart. Thank God they have these stairs. Jesus Christ, thank you. Thank you to the Mart. We're so glad you're here. You're an amazing partner to all of us. Thank you. Oh, by the way, some of you keep your masks, you're comfortable, but we might be doing waves and thumbs and claps, so let's get the energy going, okay? Okay. All right. A big thanks to our select partners. You all are select to me. These are our extra select partners. Thank you to Andre World, Arcadia, Davis Furniture, Formica, Hayworth, HMTX, Interface, Keel Hour, LX Houses, Mannington, Mohawk Group, Momentum, Textiles and Wool Covering, Newcraft, Shaw Contract, Target, and VS America. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to our event sponsors, Formica and Material Bank. Material Bank, you guys know, our hero. They saved our butts during the pandemic. Thank you to Material Bank. Adam, you did an amazing job, and thanks to the team. They're always trying to find innovative tools for our industry. There are now 450 brands that support sustainable sampling. Amazing. Over 70,000 design professionals are reducing waste by sampling Material Bank. It's overnight. You get it by 10:30 a.m. You know the deal. You're using it. Look at the partners. Holy cow. Crazy. I know, right? And then thank you to Formica. Oh, my God. In the pandemic, they're still wanting to collaborate, and they made that beautiful award for all of you guys. It would have been so easy to say no, and they said yes. Amazing. In case you're interested, it's from the laminate solid color range, solar orange and blush. So look it up, okay? And we did a pattern on one side, this amazing texture that we could silk screen. For Michael, do anything for you. They're amazing partners. I want to thank Megan, Carly, Amy. Thank you. Whew, we're almost starting. And then you guys know Launch? Do you guys know Launch? Scanning. Yeah, you know Launch. Okay, all right. So there's all this, you win $1,000 at NeoCon. I know I'm a commercial today, I'm sorry. Sign up for a free launch account by December and you get into Sweepstakes to win $1,000. Scan the code, visit the open launch account. There's a lot of information. It's super fun, easy. You get a lot of information at your fingertips, and there's signage all over the place. So if you're not sure, ask one of us or look at the signage. Okay. Woo! Is it starting? It's starting. Okay. All right. So here are the rules of the game. There will be a few breaks, and my super amazing. Oh, click. Okay. My super amazing Helena Oberman, you know her, and Amy, they're gonna run up. They're gonna run up and give you awards. No cheating, okay? Someone's like, oh yeah, you're right. We know who won. All right, so that's the win. That's the honoree. They both look pretty good, okay? Who the hell is ever gonna know if it's this? I'm just saying. This one's nicer, though, let's face it. Okay. Are you ready for products? Oh, my God, I haven't done this in a while. Let's go. Oh, my God. Our first category is accessories. And our honorees are, remember, this is our time together. We haven't been together for a year and a half, so let's make some noise. We have Gent for the Ponte Mobile glass board and partition. KFI Studios for Willow. We have Lawful for Parallel. OE Electronics for Tough HP. And the Han Company for Workwall. And the HIP winner goes to KFI Studios for Willow. FYI, fun fact, there's an angled lower surface. It acts as a footrest. Very cool, very cool. I want to try that footrest. All right, our next category is architectural products. And our honorees are Ben Moore for Corotech Command, Carvart for Modular Woolclad, Frosch for Stratawood, and Inpro Palladium Patterns, and Muraflex for Expo. And our HIP winner for architectural products goes to Frosch for Stratawood. Amazing. Next, we have materials. For Microcorp for the laminate antimicrobial collection, Vateria quartz surfaces for the Gotham. We have surfacing solution for Tambor. And our HIP winner goes to, we're all antimicrobial these days, goes to Formica. Next, we have green materials. 3form for Fleck Pure. Chimera Fabrics for Chimera Knits. We have Mohawk Group for Color Pulse. And Ultra Fabrics for Volar Bio. And our HIP winner for green materials goes to Chimera Fabrics for our knit Chimera. We're loving the knit, yes. Okay, next is flooring, educational, government, and institutional. And our honorees are Armstrong Flooring for Theorem. Interface for stargazing, Patcraft for Linocut, and Shaw Contract for bottle floor. And our HIP winner for flooring goes to Shaw Contract for bottle floor, constructed with 40% post-consumer recycled bottles. Next we have furniture, and our honorees are Claris for Empower ED, Fornasaring through Sandler Seating for the HDS desk, Steelcase for Elbrook, and Studio TK for Fractals Nook. And our HIP winner goes to, for furniture, Studio TK for Fractals Nook. Next we have seating, and our honorees are 9 to 5 seating for the Hog Capisco, United Chair through Group Lacoste for rack-up nesting chairs, seating for the OM5 Active Nest, and Via seating for Eclipse. And our HIP winner in seating goes to 9 to 5 seating. Next, we have fabric and textiles for health and wellness. And we have Archon for the Touch collection, CF Stinson for Care times Stinson, Concertex for Techloom Air collection, Design Pool and LDI Interiors for Knowledge's Power the Cryptology collection, and Meyer Fabrics for Carousel. And our HIP winner for fabric and textiles goes to Design Pool and LDI Interiors for Knowledge is Power. Next we have Flooring for Health and Wellness. And we have Interface for Noraplan Line, or is it Line or Linne? Linne, sorry. Mannington Commercial for Legato Liquid Linoleum. We have Mohawk Group Crossing Current. Packcraft Reverse. And our hip flooring for health and wellness goes to Interface. Glad you were over there. Nice. Whoa, that's what we need. We need that on the other side of the room, a little competition, okay? All right, furniture and seating for health and wellness is next, and we have Carolina for the NAC recliner, Carolina for the straight stool, SnapCab for CarePod, Ergotech Solutions for Lean. Can we have some music, please? And our hip winner for furniture and seating in health and wellness goes to SnapCab. And they provided medical staff with an office and exam area for testing and treating patients, and we appreciate it. Oh, is this time to pick up your, is this the awards now? Oh my God! Give them a congratulations. Is it going? Yeah. Good, it's working. Congratulations, you guys. Be safe. Eric. Hi, Eric. I think we'll keep going. We'll keep going? Okay. All right, next category, fabric and textiles for hospitality. And we have Brentano for Astral. CF Stinson for Wild Kingdom. Ultra Fabrics for US Select. Wolf Gordon for Muse. And our hip winner for fabric and textiles in hospitality goes to Wolf Gordon, Muse by V-Star, celebration of the power of women. Next is flooring for hospitality. We have talked carpet for Patterns of Joburg, Interface to Die for, Padcraft Deconstructed Form, Short Contract Canopy Hospitality, and our hip winner for flooring and hospitality goes to Padcraft Deconstructed Form. Next we have furniture and seating and hospitality. We have Andre World for Licio, Bo for Nuta Chair, Olivia Outdoor Collection, Janice at Sea for the Rally Collection, TUI Furniture for Draped. And our hip winner for furniture and seating goes to Populist Design, TUI Furniture for Draped. Very nice. Next, we have lounge seating for hospitality. Blah Station through Scandi Spaces for Big Talk. Bright Chair Company for the Davids. 6-inch USA for Elements. Studio TK for Vittore. And the hip winner for lounge seating goes to, well, it is called the Hip Awards after all, right? So Blah Station through Scandinavian Spaces. I mean, come on. All right, next we have wall covering for hospitality. Brentano for Andromeda. Design Pool and Chroma Imaging for Classified Ecology Collection. Wolf Gordon for the Curated Collection. And our hip winner for wall covering goes to Brentano, their first foray into the world of wall covering. Congratulations, Brentano. Next, we have lighting. Buzzy Space for Buzzy Jet Standing. Frosh for Spoke. Light Art for the Coil Collection Naturals. Pablo Designs for Talia. And our hip winner for lighting goes to Light Art for the Coil Collections Naturals. Their team pelletizes waste material. I love that. And they make it into lights. Pretty cool. Next, we have outdoor products. Gloucester for Ambient Pebble. Gloucester for Mistral. Tucci for North Star Mast. And Via Seating for Cortina. And our hip winner in outdoor products goes to Gloucester for Mistral. Very nice. very handsome. Next, we have outdoor seating. And we have Davis Furniture for Ariel Steel, Janice at Sea for Chopsticks, Pavilion Salida Collection, and Tone On through Sandler Seating for Sailor. And our hip winner for outdoor seating goes to Paola Navoni for Janice at Sea and Chopsticks. And we love the macro weaving. Aha, we're getting into workplace. We have fabric and textiles for workplace. Bernhardt Design for the Duality Collection. Brentano for the Alchemy Collection. Luna Textiles for the Face Change Collection. Loom Textiles for Outdoor In. And Momentum Textiles and Wall Covering for the Alexandra Kaka Collection. And the hip winner for fabric and textiles for the workplace goes to Momentum. Next, acoustical applications for the workplace. We have Kaimi Ravetti through Snow Sound USA for Dunes. Frosh for Vibe. Design Pool and Imagecraft Radio Waves. And we have Loft Wall for Tempo. And our hip winner for acoustical applications goes to Loft Wall for Tempo. Made from recycled PET, dowel rods are made from white ash wood, and plugs are made from cork. We love it. Next, carpet for the workplace. And we have interface for rising signs. We love you, Carrie. Mohawk Group for Data Tide. Shaw Contract for Dialogue. Target for Metafirma Collection. And our hip winner for carpet for the workplace goes to the Mohawk Group for Data Tide, exploring the symbiotic relationship through nature and data through the visualization of water. Next, hard flooring for the workplace. Armstrong Flooring for Terra. Interface for Norament Kivo. Mohawk Group for large and local reforestation. Help me. Shaw Contract for bottle floor. And our hip winner for hard flooring goes to Armstrong. Be nice. Tara for Tara. Oh my God, it's time for your hip awards. Give them a big congrats, everybody. And we're live streaming. Is it turning? Okay, play. Thank you, thank you. Okay, thank you. Watch out for me, huh? Oh, it doesn't show it. It doesn't show it. Okay, you guys ready? Can I hear you? Are you happy? We're happy to see you. Okay. Next, we have furniture collection for the workplace. And our honorees are DFM for the Blend Mobile, Keelauer for Epics, Okamura for Flocks, and Technion for Roots. And our hip winner for furniture collection goes to Keelauer for Epics. Actually, that was the green one, but there are two. The only one with two, by the way. Technion for Roots. Pretty much the largest collection of seating, tables, desks, multi-use seating, storage, work tools, screens, lighting that we've ever seen. All right. Next, furniture systems for the workplace. All steel for further frame. Innovon for pallet. Neen Camphor for Roxtex. And Stylix for Free Address 2.0. And our hip winner for furniture systems goes to Stylix for Free Address. Next, we have partitions and wall systems for the workplace. And our honorees are Frosh for Softwall, Groupe Lacoste for Luti, Technion for Within, and Lintex through Scandi Spaces for Unit. And our HIP winner for partitions and wall systems goes to Lintex through Scandy Spaces for Unit. Glad you guys are here. Who knew? Who knew? Next, we have pods for the workplace. And our honorees are Buzzy Space for Buzzy Booth. Oh, next are pods. And we have, I went the wrong way. Sorry. Buzzy Space for Buzzy Booth. Framery for Framery 1. SnapCab for Office Pod Collection. And Steelcase for the Work Tents Collection. And our HIP winner for pods goes to Steelcase for the Work Tents Collection. Designed in collaboration with a world-class tent designer. Makes sense, right? Next, storage system for the workplace. We have Hayworth for the Infinito wall, Holman for acoustic lockers, Steelcase for flex active frames, and our HIP winner in storage systems for the workplace goes, we went way back to Hayworth and the new adaptation of the bookcase by Franco Albini. Love it. Next, credenza for the workplace, Andre World for Tempo, Deca Contract Cloak and Compass, Newcraft for Ascari, and the HIP winner for credenza for the workplace goes to Deca Contract for Cloak and Compass. Come on. Next, we have conference table for the workplace. We have Andre World for Solid 38. We have Bernhardt Design for Playbook. Davis Furniture for Tavo. And we have Materia through Scandinavian Spaces Uni Large. And our HIP winner for conference table goes to Davis Furniture for Tavo. That is some gorgeous concrete base. Oh my God. All right, work table for the workplace. We have Groupe Lacoste for Quorum. In class through Sandler Seating for Plania. Neen Camper for Metronome. Atelier for Eat Work. And 3H for Hookup. HIP winner for work table for the workplace goes to Let's Hook Up for 3H. Next, we have guest seating for the workplace. We have Harper for Mixu, Hayworth for the Julie Collection, KFI Studios for Tioga, Sigis for Stamp, and a HIP winner for guest seating goes to the Julie Collection for Hayworth, completely recycled plastic shell base. A lot of sustainability here, we love it. Next, we have conference and task seating for the workplace. Davis Furniture for Link, Davis Furniture for Sola, Rim CZ for Muna, Stylex for Click, and our HIP winner for task seating goes to Davis for Link. Next is bench stool, and we have Deca Contract for Autodromo. Nice. Division 12 for Caddy, Encore for Loop, Martin Brautrude for Alamitos, and Stylex for Underline. And our HIP winner for bench stool goes to Let's Get Caddy with Division 12. Next is lounge seating, and we have Bernhardt Design for Belmont. Davis Furniture for Tote. So many good ones in this. Lamholtz through Inspect Furniture for Sunny. Martin Brautrude for Inyo. And 6-inch USA for Tubular. And Studio TK for Pedal. And our HIP winner for lounge seating goes to Lamholtz through Inspect Furniture for Sunny. It was a hard category, okay? So feel good. Next is high back seating for the workplace. And we have Arcadia for Tua Picnic. Davis Furniture for Quad. Hightower for Adapt. And Pedrali for Buddy Hub. And our HIP winner for high back seating goes to Pedrali for Buddy Hub. They're so good. Next is modular seating for the workplace, and we have all steel for Jetty Mod. Andre World for Giro Soft 2+3. Buzzy Space for Buzzy C, and OFS for Hex. And our HIP winner for modular seating goes to Giro, Andre Whirls. Oh, come on, it's so good. It's so good. Oh my God, this is our last category. Our last category, then we're getting to people, okay? Okay, iconic product. You tell me. Bernhardt for the design for the Go chair. Bernhardt design for Mitt. Formica Corp for Color Core 2 laminate. Setia Systems for Jump Seat Collection. Shaw Contract for Dye Lab. Vias America for Panto Swing by Werner Panton. And our HIP winner for iconic product goes to Bernhardt Design for the Go chair, designed by Ross Lovegrove without a single straight line. Come on, that is so iconic. Congratulations, all of you. Is it clicking? Is it clicking? Okay. Nice, right? Pretty nice? Pretty nice? Pretty nice. Are you guys getting ready for people? Are you getting ready for people? Thank you, thank you. You know, because we tell a story, and it's really nice. You get to know them a little bit deeper in a new way. You ready? All right, let's go. All right, we're gonna say, okay, hip people. Let me hear you. Hip people. All right. All right, here we go. Rising star designer. This hipster says she's light on her feet, pivoting to master any task. Proof? She recently took up jujitsu. At Studio O+A, she rose in the ranks too, from design intern to design assistant to designer. Speaking of training, this is Adidas in Portland, Oregon. And it was all about how the user moves through the space and keeping the fashion of sport embedded as well. There's also a focus on sustainability. Speaking of furniture, she takes classes to learn how to create new things like this side table. Blend, designed in collaboration with Dependable Furniture Manufacturing, is all about being nimble, and so is this hipster. She also contributes to O+A's climate activism as well as volunteer work and community outreach, like charity, an auction hosted by San Francisco contract dealer that raises money for local organizations. Don't you love that? She helped devise an adjustable work-from-home ladder desk that would give its user both options and a designated place to work. She's inspired by people outside of design, like her roommates, who give her great perspective on life. And she has deep love for her family and for design. Congrats to this well-rounded hipster, constantly evolving. She is Kaylin Parker of Studio O+A. I don't know who, is Kaylin here? I don't know is O+A here? I don't know. All right, we'll keep going. If she's not here, she's got to be live streaming. She's got to be listening. Okay, Kaylin. We'll see. All right. Next is hospitality rising star designer. Are you ready? This hospitality hipster went to culinary school in Ireland and once considered opening her own restaurant. She says working and designing in professional kitchens helped her understand the theatricality of dining. How about the theatricality of sipping? She designed a sharing straw, and she's like testing it out. Now, we may not be sharing like this these days, but we are eating outside, and for COVID-safe dining in New York, she designed an open-air pavilion. And it had the operable louvers for this wine bar. Isn't it cool? The painted images embody revelries and parties and good wine. For Hunter Restaurant on Long Island, she used a long walnut trellis that wrapped the wall and ceiling, and then sumptuous marble that curves along the bar and playful Moroccan lights to create a great dining experience, and this was for an up-and-coming chef. She's designed flatware, dining utensils, and sculptures. Pretty cool, right? Her mentors are her very successful parents, who taught her to have complete dedication to her craft. She continues to be inspired them, and she likes hanging out, like with her mother on the job site, or being with her in her father's garden, which is large and so productive, it's practically like a farm. Because she's cooking up something special, our hospitality rising star is Mika Bentel of Bentel and Bentel. Is she here? She's here! Oh my God! Yay, Mika! Oh, and is that Dad? Dad's here! Oh my God! Oh my God, it's amazing. We love Bentel and Bentel, amazing. We were so happy putting that story together. Anyway, all right. Our next hospitality leader is a designer. This colorful hipster speaks 5 languages, switching among them throughout the day. That includes Spanish. And on the left, she's enjoying a cafe in España, where she earned her Master's of Architecture. After graduation, she went to Nueva York, working at SOM and then PayCobb. 10 years ago, she joined Fogarty Finger Architecture, where she is now the head of hospitality. And you know, she may be fluent in German, French, English, and the like, but in her project, she also speaks the language of design and architecture. Dock 72 at the Brooklyn Navy Yard combines industrial elements with swaths of warm wood and electric and vibrant hues. She brings a strong material sensibility to public and amenity spaces as well as workplaces. Look at these amenity spaces: fitness, food hall, wellness, outdoor space, just to name a few. And it was oh so fab that we published it in Interior Design. At the 1700 Club, where the slogan is connection, collaboration, and community, she mixed local artists with a mid-century vibe. Ooh, someone's happy. Someone's happy. For the Platt Street Hotel in Lower Manhattan, she took inspiration from the nearby Art Deco buildings, as well as yacht interiors. The result is so chic. To recharge, she heads to the ocean on Long Island because she's like a surfer girl. She says that when she surfs, a void is created where she can't think about anything other than the actual moment. Well, take this moment, you hipster in hospitality. She is Alexandra Kuber from Fogarty Finger Architecture. And our honorees in hospitality is Malcolm Berg from EOA and Mary Alice Parker from HKS. Congratulations. Are you ready? Health and wellness, rising star designer. Even as a youngster designer hipster, the hard hat suited her. Her first job in the industry was construction administration on the restoration of a Frank Lloyd Wright home. And then years later, she's got that hard hat again, and she loves doing construction administration. She says it teaches her attention to detail. Building on her graduate school research on neurodiversity, she has been integral to HOK's research into the way designers can help create equitable and supportive environments for neurodivergent and neurotypical people. The study shows how the agile workplace of the future needs to accommodate the neurodiverse spectrum of needs from hypersensitive to hyposensitive, creating an ecosystem of spaces where all work styles, behaviors, and workers can be accommodated simultaneously. And her research won a Cornet Real Award for Innovation in 2020. Asking this simple question: how do we accommodate neurodivergence in the workplace? This is so beautiful. She's also part of a small HOK team that developed an online tool to help Tarkett educate its sales team about neurodiversity and how it applies to design and flooring. Turns out that people who are neurosensitive tend to look down a lot, and flooring can provide guidance and help. So interesting, right? She gets inspiration from traveling, like with her mom in Amsterdam before COVID, hiking and canoeing through northern Michigan with a friend, or just cracking herself up and laughing really loud. But on a serious note, her work pushes forward the idea that the workplace should accommodate all kinds. And for educating and continuing to champion this serious topic with a smile, this is Mary Kate Cassidy of HOK. Is she here? Oh, Mary! Oh my God! Yay, Mary Kate! I love that. You're so hip, Mary Kate. And we have an honoree for Rising Star and Sarah Kleber from HKS. So congratulations, Sarah. So nice, right? Don't you love like hearing about them? Thank you, okay. All right, health and wellness leader, designer. This ZGF partner believes in creating environments that are people first. His family is made up of, listen to this, police officers, firemen, nurses, teachers, and librarians. And that helped him orient his practice to enhancing the built world to support not only those who are served, but those who serve. Amen to that. But he got hooked on design via Hello, Legos, you know. He's one of those types. And he's given it to his 4-year-old nephew, and the kid's obsessed too. So some things run in the family, architecture included. His first job was working for 2 of his professors from USC, less than $4 an hour, which horrified his parents, but it was the best job ever. Well, actually, he tells people his first job was that, but actually it was working in a grocery store in high school. His mantra, would you like paper or plastic, ma'am? Okay, so let's fast forward to a much better and more meaningful job at ZGF. This is Google in Playa Vista, California, where he focused on creating a space that centers on living and breathing humans. Now, the bones of the space are glorious, but this project serves the employees, encouraging them to stay curious and live in the moment. At Publishers Clearinghouse on Long Island, he helped move the company forward and past cubicle life, with a headquarters that encourages creativity and collaboration and natural light. Speaking of natural light, this hipster gets all of his best thinking done while floating around on his pool in a giant inflatable pink flamingo. Very cute. At a clinic in California, he created individual spaces that act like living rooms in place of a large, lifeless waiting room. In this project, like the others, we see abundant natural light, resourceful connection to exteriors, and a calming thoughtfulness. Wow, the music is really nice right now. Besides food and cooking, which he loves, he's also obsessed with collecting and curating art, including a spray paint portrait of himself by street artist David Puck. See it? See it? He thinks a really good guacamole can change your life, I agree, and jokes in accordance with California state law, you must eat avocado with every meal. But you can always identify him by his all black, all the time, usually Prada uniform. Our hipster makes us feel all the feels and so healthy and so well. This is James Woolham of ZGF Architects. James! Are you here? Is James here? Yay, James! Aren't the stories so nice? They're so nice. There's so much work to put together. You better enjoy them. Okay. My husband thinks I am insane. He's like, you're doing all of that? Okay. All right, next is Workplace Rising Star Designer. This gal was born in Paris, and living there until she was 7, she was surrounded by such beauty that it continues to have a profound effect on her life. Travel and nature to hone the lens with which she sees the world and design, like a concept study of a stair detail inspired by natural beauty. She gets into all kinds of crafts, I think trouble too, and that includes taxidermy. This is her friend, is an ermine she stuffed a few years ago and then mounted on an ostrich egg. Like, what is up with young folks in taxidermy these days? Like, something's going on. I don't know. Speaking of crafts, from jewelry to making syrup, she goes for anything she can put her stamp on, just like the project she designs at Gensler. Resistance bands become building materials. Can you feel the stretch? For a confidential real estate investment firm in New York, elegant curves are stately, paired with contemporary lighting solutions and show-stopping views. For a law firm in New York, is this a law firm? She wants clients to feel at home. So the spaces and finishes are modern, but still warm and inviting and pretty. At Lupa Systems in New York, it's all about vintage and includes traditional materials with a contemporary twist. From blue nail polish, the blue button stitching, if you can see it there, and that blue beehive, to her beautiful family and those super Parisian stripes, we applaud the exquisite design you bring to every Gensler project. Your star is rising. This is Juliette Pousseau, Gensler. Nice, huh? Whoa. Very nice. And our Workplace Rising Star honorees go to Jonas Gabay and Michael Garcia, Gensler and MKDA. Thank you, guys. You guys are doing good. Next is Workplace Leader Designer. Her first design line was actually fashion, creating lookbooks to map out her school outfits at the age of 5. And this was part of a project where she designed and sewed a tracksuit that won grand champion at the county fair. The county fair, I love that. Speaking of the county, her very first job was painting barns on her family's cattle ranch in Nebraska. Much better that her first job in the industry, hired by a firm, she had to design strip malls. And much better still, she now guides teams through projects as design director at Studio O+A. She's known as a master of in-the-trenches problem solving. Nothing is above the job at hand, and she is known to get down and dirty in her Ferragamos. Cute, right? She's a master at a lot of things, from building relationships to seeing a job through at a work site. Proof? When flying into Portland to visit the site for Adidas when it became problematic during the pandemic, no problem. She rented a house with her husband in Portland and lived there until the job wrapped up. She is that kind of gal. This is a ground-up, start-from-scratch project encouraging creative work and building community, all done alongside Lever Architecture, so thank you. For several projects for Nike, the idea was drawing inspiration from the brand and its energy to create inspiring spaces. At McDonald's Innovation Center in Illinois, the goal was to give an innovative work environment to the test facility professionals. Her development of client relationships was crucial on this project, as was her mentoring of younger staff and her overcoming difficulties. But it's not all work. To get inspired, she travels the world with her architect husband, Joe. And then there was the time that her mom wanted to go skydiving for her birthday, and she just couldn't say no. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? For being a yes gal and leading and providing vision, but with true humility, our hipster workplace leader is Mindy Weichman from Studio O+A. O+A scored this time. And our honorees go to Mina Krennick from Perkins & Will, Stephanie Long from IA Interior Architects, and Eden Rudick from MKDA. Thanks, guys. We love you guys. Our workplace Lifetime of Hipness Designer. Are you ready? It honors a person who has embodied what it means to be hip over decades in the industry. Here we go. Our next hipster is going to take us on a creative ride. Let's start in middle school with this Schwinn Stingray and that banana seat and handlebars. I love that. Brings back memories. At 12, he was selling floor plans that he sketched, and the pennies earned went to penny candies. This is an illustration of a mansion in colored pencil and magic marker. Pretty good, huh? The mansion he proudly considers home these days is one of the Strathmore apartments in Westwood, designed by Richard Neutra. At Viacom, the energy of music and entertainment is celebrated. And the people. The focus is on the experience, on rich colors, and on weaving in views of the city. The palette is softer at Shiseido, but there's still energy and rhythm, nodding to Japanese culture. Hallways include blow-up images of calligraphy brushstrokes, and ceilings mimic folded origami. The office of WPP wove together 7 media agencies and a data information firm under one umbrella, or one grand stair, plus amenity spaces and a kit of parts design that could stay flexible as the business needs change. And look at that outdoor space. He loves a good mix of high and low and is inspired by the work of Gillian Theobald, who often paints on found packaging. But he curates his own high-low, like this holiday ornament display with his accessories and artwork. He is compassionate and passionate and a leader who loves our industry and is loved right back. I'm getting verklempt. Here's a hint. He looks the same except for that mane. A big applause to a lifetime of hipness to Bill Boucher, HOK. Yay! Bill Boucher! Nice one, huh? You go, Bill. That was nice. I'm feeling verklempt. Verklempt for Bill. All right. All right. All right, architectural leader designer is next. Okay, let's go back with this hipster and her family to 1977. 4 kids, she's a cutie between mom and dad. Her parents owned a carpet and tile shop. And from a wee age, she learned the benefits of working hard by sweeping aisles and sorting boxes in the warehouse. Her strong work ethic carried on throughout her career. She landed at Valerio Duval-Train and never looked back. She's the first female principal at the firm, heading up workplace, hospitality, education, and corporate spaces across the country. She also supports the ACE Mentor program, aiming to provide BIPOC high school students with financial and educational opportunities that can lead them to careers in architecture, construction, and engineering. But back to work. The new office for BAM, a financial company, promote connectivity and wellness for employees while telegraphing solidity and solid elegance. And sophisticated cool. Oh, I love this. The Omega Brewers Yeast production facility actually faced a train rail platform that provide commuters views into the scientific work occurring inside. So cool. Talk about brewing something up. And then there's Walsh College, a business school that got a business grade upgrade to match the environments of top workplaces. And she focused on a consistent color palette, fresh environmental graphics, and a modern furniture and fixtures. To keep the team motivated, she goes for sugar all day long. Candy o'clock breaks during the day, and Skittles are her go-tos. She's also serious about time with her hubby and 3 kids, and her pooch. Successful, caring, driven, like father, like daughter. And the hip leader for architecture goes to Christine McGrath-Royer from Valerio Duval-Train. Go, Christine. I don't know if she's here. Next, hip for greater good designer. Our next hipster is not your typical architect. She's a speed-walking, Vespa-riding, in heels dynamo. Early on, she was a model. She says it opened doors that an architect might not stumble across, including, listen to this, you guys, competing to be the Bachelorette in 2004. I know, can you believe it? We're glad she left the hot tubbing to others. Her most important mentor is her mother, who taught her to be a proud Indian woman and that nothing was out of reach. Accepting who she was allowed her to flourish as a professional, a mom, and a leader. For the DraftKings headquarters in Boston, she took the brand's energy and love of a good name and translated those gestures that speak to sports and play, including a cafe inspired by a football field. At Wayfair, she assigned distinct personas and palettes to each floor. She brings the spirit of service to all her projects, developing and creating spaces that serve needs and build communities, like the headquarters of Timberland, where she brought the outside in, from a massive moss wall to a grove of trees. She founded IA Reach that supports local and global charitable initiatives across IA's work across the globe. And one of her first projects was Dunkin' Donuts. I know, what a picture, right? But somebody thanked her and said it improved her life, and she still holds on to that memory and knows the power of design. She clears her head with her son post-dinner yoga. They do post-dinner yoga. Oh my God, I need to do that. Her talent is undeniable, and so is her spirit, and she believes in celebrating the superhero in all of us. You are our superhero, you speed-walking, Vespa-riding, and high heels dynamo hipster, Ritika Vijay of IA. Nice, right? Nice. And our merit, hip for greater goodness merit goes to Peter and Sharon Exley of Architecture is Fun, because architecture is fun. All right, graphics and branding, lifetime of hipness designer. Are you ready? His resume of projects is as long as a phone book, and it started back when phone books were actually a thing. A for American Express, B for Barney's, C for Coca-Cola, you get the gist? And his first job in the industry was a designer at the ad department for Macy's. And now, 4 decades later, he's had success after success with Gensler. Over the years, he's filled his well of inspiration through collections, including denim shirts, like a lot of them, and Mason Margiela sneakers, or the artwork that fills his home. This colorful, eclectic mix is at his beach house. He proudly proclaims he's not a minimalist and finds great inspiration in the usual of everyday life that are relatable, purposeful, and bring him joy. Building off the remarkable success of New York's Cadillac House in Shanghai aims to express the company's past, present, and future. It literally takes you on a journey, moving up a spiral staircase toward an art gallery on the 3rd floor. There's a digital storytelling in a tunnel made of car materials. Wowzer. A dog is a man's best friend now, by the way, and especially at the American Kennel Club Museum of the Dog. Digital pups run across the facade of the building, you see them? And touch screen tables mixed with oil paintings, and some displays are rotatable. Rough, rough. And for Adidas, it's much more than a store, it's more of an experience. Just look at it, mixing industrial chic with state-of-the-art technology. There's a grand gestures like a stadium tunnel and 2-tiered stadium seating to gather and watch games. 2 mentors in his life. Walter Hunt taught him the value of never being the first opinion in the room and to be an active listener. And Art Gensler, who was also a great mentor and believed in hiring people that are better than you to drive real creativity. He says he's curious about everyone and everything, and we are curious and in awe of all you've contributed in our industry. Our Lifetime of Hipness creative director is John Bricker of Gensler. Rising star manufacturer. Her obsession with design started early. She was doing perspective drawings in high school. She even sketched the floor, which may be a foreshadowing. That's because she's a product designer for Patcraft. And get this, it was actually her first job ever in the industry. Her mentor, senior product designer Ron Powell, taught her to let her creativity guide her, but to think critically through the design process. I love that. Imagine the thrill of being right there for her very first experimental run just 2 months in. Amazing. I know, amazing, right? Deconstructed Form is a collection that uses shape, texture, and hue. The product's primary backing is exposed, and it contrasts with bold geometrics and saturated colors, and it won a HIP award. Gel print came out of her explorations with gel plate printing. Look at her artwork. She creates a series of monotype prints which directly inform the collection. And the palette are in shades of rose, jade, and ginger. Cretan Place was also created from her artwork. It's concrete and terrazzo inspired, but definitely with her own modern twist. She does have two other loves besides carpet, like her golden retriever, Peaches. She's curious, artistic, and optimistic, and so are we about her very bright future. This is Amanda Hopkins of Patcraft. Is Amanda here? Yay, Amanda's here. Go, Amanda. We're proud of you. All right, we're getting close. We're getting close. All right, next is leader manufacturer. When he's not getting, oh my God, he might be here. All right, hang on, let me read it. When he's not getting smooches from his pooch, he's the Vice President of Research and Insights at OFS. He hosts a podcast called Imagine a Place, which aligns with OFS' dedication to contributing to places where people actually want to be. That's Chris Stolpen over there in the corner. He always gets in, Chris Stolpen. And at OFS, he collaborates with product and interior designers from all over the globe, like with Web Associates, who designed Obeya, that encourages users to find the place that's right for them, whether it's solo, small group, or a larger gathering. Hex allows space to be easily reconfigured or readapted. This is Current Blend. It's a co-working space located in Huntingburg, Indiana, that fosters collaboration and networking. When he's not working, he's collaborating with his family, and he goes like all in. Like, look at this 2020 fast food themed Halloween. I love it. Kentucky Fried Chicken. Wow. Or hanging in Disney World. Now check this out, you guys. Even in the midst of a busy career, this dedicated father finds creative ways to weave imagination into his life and draws inspiration from his family. Proof, he wrote and published his first children's book, The Frocks. Amazing, right? His coworkers know him for telling bad dad jokes, but his devotion to the industry is no joke. His wife is his inspiration, who reminds him it's not what you say to people, but it's how you make them feel. We are feeling the feels and getting all inspired. Thanks for being the devoted husband, father, and leader. Doug Shapiro! And our honoree for leader is Lisa Conway of Interface. Do it again, Lisa. Submit again. You know, things happen. Things happen for a reason. Marketer, manufacturer. All right, our next happening hipster always... Ah, she's here too. Okay. All right. Oh my God. Our next hipster always loved to create and document her drawings and tape recordings ever since she can remember. Her first big job was art director at Saatchi & Saatchi, where her main account was, listen to this, Antron Carpet Fiber and Shaw Contract. She always loved the A&D market for being smart and discerning. Fast forward, and she's the creative director for Shaw Contract. She believes it's the unusual details that help bring ideas to life. Speaking of finding the unusual details, on her hike this summer, she found at least 20 different types of mushrooms. These are gorgeous, by the way. And she says nature helps her get creative. A mentor early on was her writing partner, who was kind, intuitive, and zen, and he had a brilliant mind. And he taught her when she was drowning to go with the riptide instead of against it. Thanks, Jim. The campaign for Shaw Contracts Dialogue is informed by language. That includes both freehand writing and unspoken codes. The art direction evokes communication of all kinds, from spoken to subtext. Patterns are designed to work together. It's all about seeing different points of view. We agree. Shaw Contracts Collective celebrates the energy and synergy of people coming together. And it's grounded in the belief that what we have in common is greater than what divides us. She wasn't always in the groove. Her first job was on ice skates. At 16, she cleared snow off the rink with a broom and taught the little skaters how to shoot the duck. And that's a spinning move if you don't speak ice skating, which I don't. All All right, this is really cute. When asked what's the quirkiest or most unexpected thing about her, her sister wrote a list. Gum smacker, acute sense of smell, insane knowledge of pop culture, ability to stream multiple shows at once and keep the play straight, keeps a super clean car, danced around a sycamore tree annually in college, gangsta rap, loves everything about arugula, crafty with felts and safety pins. With all her time, her all-time favorite team gift sums her up to a T. Congrats to this grown-ass, creative, positive, energetic woman. This is Jocelyn Northrope of Shaw Contracts. Whoa, that was a lot. Jocelyn, I can tell you have an amazing personality because your stories were incredible. And our honorees for marketer were Erin Gend and Lee Ann Tout. All right, we're getting close. Yeah, a hip for greater good manufacturer. Our next category celebrates a hipster going beyond the ordinary to create a better world. She lends her time to numerous nonprofits, especially one called Envision Lead Grow that shares the power of entrepreneurship with girls and women as a way to fight poverty. The Vine Experience podcast is her most recent endeavor, initiating the conversation between two businesswomen on race to talk, listen, and be part of the solution. Her passion knows no bounds. She loves funky shoes, extreme sports, paddleboarding, and laughing with friends and her business partner, Donna. Oh, and she loves Charlie's Angels. Her passionate heart leads her business. It's called Mantra Inspired Furniture, with a code of ethics passed down by her father, who watches over her from above. The company works to ensure our forests are cared for and that their solid wood furniture is sourced sustainably. Their planks use an environmentally safe soy adhesive, and they focus on educating consumers with the mission of never having their furniture end up in landfills. Claiborne is commanding, but also exquisitely detailed with dovetail joints and a steel leg frame. Ellis is a firm handshake of wood and steel. The hardwood screen adds warmth and privacy. Low Loop allows mixed wood and metals. Fun fact, the furniture is built by the Amish community in Ohio. I love that. She also builds as a family, like this skateboard ramp with her son. Thanks for being so great and so good. Our hipster for greater good goes to Susan Pilato from Mantra Inspired Furniture. And our honoree goes to Ramey Vogel of Mohawk Group.
All right, is the mic on?
Okay, our next is our product designer. This hipster was born and raised in London, but her heritage stems from Ghana, Togo, and Benin. She realized she loved design when she started canceling plans with friends to mix pigments for screen printing, like here at the Chelsea College of Art and Design. I love that. She established AMWA Designs in 2014, creating handmade textiles and print designs. The Adinkra symbols and proverbs of Ghana form the inspiration and convey traditional wisdom. The Asanka wood table is inspired by a traditional shallow clay bowl used to blend and grind food in Ghana and many other parts of West Africa. And the wood base is inspired by Adinkra, symbolizing both strength and vulnerability. She's always described living in a sense of duality. So it's not surprising that her textile collection for Bernhardt is called the Duality Collection. The upholstery fabrics are 6 patterns and 56 colorways, and it began with trips to Ghana, where she would see these symbols etched into jewelry and architecture. In collaboration with architect designer Tosin Oshinowa on the left, listen, look at this. She designed a collection of headpieces for Design Miami meant to be an alternative to our everyday face masks. Look at them. These headpieces, and they are so stunning, are rooted in history, but also speak to an innovative future. Trying something new is nothing new for this hipster. She took up aerial silk pose during the pandemic. I mean, come on. Her future is as bright as her gorgeous red hair that she is known for, and her hugs. A hug and a cheer to this amazing and inspiring hipster. I can't wait to give you my own hug. This is Krissa Amwa. Krissa Amwa, how do we pronounce it? I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce your name, but Krissa, I can't wait to meet you. And honoree for product designer goes to Oksana Dallas of Armstrong Flooring. This is our last one, you guys. This is our last. You guys are doing great. This is our last. Our lifetime of hipness for a manufacturer. Here we go. This hipster focuses on amplifying the power of built space to support health and well-being, as well as the urgent role it plays in the fight against climate change. You're listening now, right? His first job as a designer was in the interiors group for Schmidt Garden & Erickson, a 100-year-old architecture firm in Chicago. He's director of design purpose at Interface, where he's quite simply the longest tenured designer. Gary Peterson, his first design director, said to him, "You have a unique creative gift. Develop them and leave those spreadsheets behind." We're glad you listened. He was the creative leader for the launch of Floor, the company's consumer carpet tile brand, championing the benefits of carpet tiles in the home and bringing high design to the masses. At Interface, they call him both the creative force and the corporate design conscience. That means the products have to be high quality, inspiring, as well as deliberate and responsible. He has fully embraced the company's sustainability journey and worked to develop innovative design strategies with the environment in mind. He has redefined design strategies that support well-being and has made the company a leader in biophilic design. Fun fact, he wears his belt buckle on the right instead of in front because it honors his maternal grandfather who did the same. I love that. By the way, he sent in all these Polaroids, which I really love too. His very first job was pumping gas at his father's gas station. Oh my God, I know. He loves old cars and trucks. He likes working on them, just sitting in them and driving slower than everyone else. That may be, but he hasn't let up on the gas. This is Chip DeGrace of Interface! Yay, Chip DeGrace of Interface! Yay, Chip! Love the Polaroids. All right, a big thanks to everybody. Thank you, Interior Design, NeoCon, The Mart. Thank you to our select partners. Thank you to our event sponsors. We love you all. Happy birthday to Todd Heiser's grandmother. Happy what? His mother? Who is it? Mom, his mom. Oh, his mom. His mother. Happy birthday, Todd. Mickeline. Happy birthday, Laura Steele. Thank you, everybody. We love you. Have a great NeoCon. Hey, music, up the music.
Design friends, I'm Cindy Allen, Editor-in-Chief of Interior Design, and for today's program, I want you all to imagine this. It all started in a barn, and then moved to the elevator. Yep, we're talking with our friends at SnapCab, who are providing flexible and customizable workspace products so you can return to work and be who you are there, and have the space you need for all your ideas. So, let's get the backstory on this innovative company and hear how it continues to evolve, especially during the pandemic. And then we'll reveal a host of new products and solutions. Okay, I'm delighted to be joined by the dynamic duo, Glenn and Carla Bostock. Glenn is the founder and CEO, yeah, he's the big gun, and his daughter, Carla, who is pretty new to the company. She's the designer and art director, because for SnapCab, it's all in the family. Hi, guys.
Hi, Cindy.
Hey, Cindy.
This is so much fun having you, Carla. I can't wait to hear all about it. But Glenn, I know, right?
You usually keep the talent behind the scenes.
Oh no, now she's coming
Now
forward
she's out.
in all of her shining glory, for sure. All right, so Glenn, you're a fairly new company. You've come onto the scene, you've like taken the industry by storm, which is fantastic. But for those who need a refresher, simply put, what is SnapCab?
So SnapCab, everybody knows what a phone booth is. So if you start with a phone booth and then you can flex it to almost any size, so they can turn into little meeting rooms. Think of putting a diner booth in a box, and you can have a little meeting. And now with the pandemic, because the pods are made to be so flexible, we're transforming the pods into being the appropriate product that you need to come back to work, for privacy and for isolation and all the things you'd want to be able to focus and feel safe.
I know, I think designers are going to really love that it is like a kit of parts and very customizable, but we're going to get to that. We're going to get to all that. First, the story is such a great one, and it really proves that like an idea can turn into something much bigger, and it's a great inspirational story. So let's start from the beginning in the barn, like the Cliff Notes version.
So you said we're a fairly new company, and we are a startup pod company, but we started in the barn in '83, and then we were doing custom cabinet work, high-end cabinet work, up into the '90s. In the '90s, we developed an elevator interior system that for us was a lot like a cabinet, but it was repeatable. And we ended up getting contracts with all the major elevator companies. So many of them sell our products for the upgrades. And that elevator interior, someone saw us, a consultant from WeWork saw us and said, hey, gosh, that elevator interior you have, if you just paneled the outside of a box and put a door on it, you'd have a pod. Could you make pods? And so we got into making pods.
So when was that?
2016. 2017, we came to NeoCon with our prototype and we won a best of show. 2018, we ended up working with Steelcase. In 2020, we became open to the entire market. We hadn't always been open to the entire market. Now we're open line to the market. And as you know, 2020, we also entered a pandemic. So it's been an interesting start to a startup.
Right. And for everyone out there, yes, you have a deep history in making things and newish to our industry, which is fantastic. And I love that you're the right kind of company that can pivot. So that's a good story as well. But let's pull Carla in a little too. Carla, so I understand you went to school for design. So tell us your background and when you started with SnapCab.
My background, so I've been an artist growing up, and then I went to graphic design school out in Vancouver, British Columbia. I graduated there, and I did some freelance work.
I heard you graduated top of your class, actually.
Yes, I did. Yeah, I got to be valedictorian and won some shows. So it was definitely the career path that I really wanted to take. And then when I started with SnapCab, I did I still do a lot of graphic design work. And then I've moved into different positions in the company as art director, marketing manager, and I work a lot with the aesthetics of our products, which is really fun and exciting. The job is fun every day. I look forward to it.
Wait, but when did you start with SnapCab?
I believe, it's been a long road. I mean, when I was a kid, I did some, little things. After high school, I did an internship with SnapCab, and then I went, did some different educational paths. And then I believe it was 2016 that I came back and am here now working with SnapCab as a designer.
Yeah, that's terrific. Hey, it's always good to go out and feel your oats and then come back to where you should have been all
Yep,
along,
I know.
right, Glenn?
Yeah, it's hard to explain when somebody has a gift for something. And so Carla's a graphic designer, but we've seen her through her education path, and she's using that gift she has with her talent, aiming it at our products. It's pretty neat.
Can I just say that I think the pandemic actually has proved that how powerful and potentially healing and nurturing our environments are to the world. I mean, as design people, we've known it, but I think everybody definitely recognizes it. So Glenn, let's talk a little bit about how you pivoted during the pandemic and how it also relates to the flexibility, customizability, and kit of parts of a SnapCab.
When the pandemic arrived, our pod manufacturing company is in Canada, and we have another manufacturing company in Pennsylvania, and they were both shut down. The one in the US was deemed as essential business because they're in the elevator business, and that got opened up again. And the pod business in Canada was being shut down, but then they were looking for who could help manufacture things to help with the pandemic. And we started making pods that were testing pods we used our pods, and then they put gloves in them. And we're still working with Canon Design on, proving out these pods, and they're going to countries that are still having a lot of problems with the pandemic. So that was our first pivot, and because of that, it kept our doors open. The second pivot was church came to us and said they were having a really hard time with their parishioners not being able to come to church and have face-to-face conversations with their spiritual leaders. So they asked us to make a pod that was, everybody jokes, it's a confessional. It's not a confessional. But it's a pod that has a dividing wall, 2 doors, 2 separate air systems, and you can sit in there and have a face-to-face conversation with someone. So that was really transformative for that church. And so that's been a really useful thing. People have wanted it for like factory floors and things like that, where you can have an HR conversation face-to-face without a mask on.
No, I also understand you started something called SnapCab Care too, right?
Right. So that started here in Kingston, and it was the COVID center. Before you could enter the hospital now, they send you over to the COVID center to get a test before you can go to the hospital if you're not feeling well. And not surprisingly, some people that go to the COVID center are really, really sick.
Right.
I mean, we provided a mobile doctor's office with an examination room that could roll around the floor. And Carla and her team came up with these amazing graphics to make them look like fun, children-friendly, rolling around thing. But on the backside, it was a medical center.
Yeah, Carla, can I ask you, so is this the first time you've used the graphics in that way?
We've used graphics in the past a lot we've worked with Corning Gorilla Glass, which is a very nice high-end finish for very clear picture quality, image quality. So we have done work in the past with a lot of photographs, logos, and graphics. This one was the biggest, I would say. It's a big, fun. We had a lot of creative flexibility and freedom there with the hospital we were working with. So we brought in different positive little quotes. We brought in some things from the community and little illustrations that were kid-friendly, and it makes the place a brighter spot.
Yeah, stronger together. I like that with the hands. Let me ask you something, as a young professional, what did it feel like to be working on projects like this that were really helping the community?
It was huge. I mean, it felt like I felt proud to be able to work on something and share some of the creative talents from our team with the community and have a positive influence in hard times.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And Glenn, like that's the thing too. I was thinking, like, what was it like? You're working on all these different kinds of solutions. The pandemic hits. Some things work perfectly, right? And then other things you have to adapt. So you sit around, and what's the discussion?
how do we survive? Like everybody went from the shop home, and we had to scramble to get technology so that people could do these kinds of meetings. And there was a lot of fear with our coworkers, and I literally thought that we were going to be going out of business. We're like, well, how long can we stay in business? We could go like this for maybe 3 months, and so we really thought, we can't go for very long like this. As it turns out, both the government came and helped with some relief, and then we started getting a lot of attention for helping out, and that kept enough work going. And then but what we really focused on was, how can we help? In fact, we're focusing on how can we help so much that the government of Canada did a commercial on our company. We're one of a couple of businesses they highlighted of having pivoted to, help with the pandemic. And the question went from a fear question like, how do we survive, to how do we help? Because a lot of people, a lot more engaged, and people went from going to work being afraid of getting infected from each other to coming back to work because they wanted to help. So it was really neat, warm feeling of teamwork. I'd say that was the best thing out of the pandemic, was seeing the quality of people that we had.
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to thank you for that. And I got chills you're telling the story, but also just being so honest about the fact that, hey, you didn't know what was going to happen to your company. It was scary for everybody. So
right.
Thank you for caring about others and creating new opportunities, which is kind of what you've always been. So, but I want to ask about things like, like air quality. Did that change?
We've been learning a lot about air quality. What we're finding is the thing that people are most comfortable with is HEPA filters. So where we had been, we reversed the airflow of our pods, and we're using HEPA filter. It's an option, but most people want the option. And you can put a HEPA air filter in the top. But simply by reversing the airflow, you're getting cleaner air from higher in the room. So that's like the number one thing we did that was simple.
And Glenn, just based on the product that you had already developed and was successful in the market, like how did you, this idea of the kit of parts, how did what you thought before the pandemic would sell has stayed the same and changed?
Yeah, the kit of parts idea, like we kind of had that ahead of time. Right. But then there were some very large real estate companies and people looking at us like, how did you know to build these products? But it's funny how you do one product and all of a sudden a situation comes up. But all of our pods were made to have hardware connect to the corners of the pods, and then and it's demonstrated with the care. That's a nice example. That SnapCab Care pod is an example of us putting an addition onto a pod.
Right.
All the pods are made to accept hardware, so they can put demountable walls. And what they were saying is, you want to have flexible workspaces that people can move around, but you also want to be able to create barriers so that you don't have just one big open place where if the flu comes in, it just travels through the entire place. You want to create pockets of people,
right,
and try and contain somewhat. So our product, in that way, it's a great kit of parts.
Yeah. And can I ask you, because I remember us having a conversation and you had built a pod in your house to do work. This was right. Did it go from, help me to understand. So something from like a small talk to the double, like to the meet two, like what was?
Well, what I did was I took we had a meat. I took a meat four and cut it in half, so it was like a meat two. So anyway, and it's neat because in my house, it's this open concept house, and there's if you're on a phone call or on a Zoom meeting, the whole house is on the phone call on the Zoom meeting with you. So this gives me a little escape pod to get into this office, and my grandson comes over and we have fun coloring pictures in there and stuff.
That's cool. Like Carla, what's it like to have a pod in the house?
In his house, yeah, I'm jealous actually. I have an open concept house myself, and I've had my son with me through this pandemic, and there's been a lot of trying to work from home with a lot of chaos going around. I think yesterday I had to work from home with him, and there was styrofoam all over beneath my chair. But the pod in my dad's house is I think has solved a lot of problems.
Len, what's the deal? Why doesn't Carla have a pod?
Yeah, I know.
There's been talk.
There's been talk.
Okay, good. All right.
I think we need to make a meet too, and just take the one bench out and just make it a small work area. And we were talking about, well, maybe we should put one-way glass in it so that Carla can see Emerson, but Emerson, it's like, I don't know where mom is right now.
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
I love
that. Hey, mom. At the door.
Well, the timing is such, right, that, thank God we're celebrating NeoCon, that it's actually happening, that we can get together and everyone can be safe, but that there are all these new products in development, and it really shows the versatility and how well made they are, because I would venture to say, and I remember our early conversations, that you had the DNA of what you were building was such that it made it a lot easier to develop these new products. We want to talk about new product, but then I understand you also designed the showroom at NeoCon too. So tell us about that, and let's start to reveal the new product.
Yeah, so we have 2 booth displays at NeoCon this year that we're very excited about. So we have one in the center pass-through, a display on the first floor, and that has 3 different pods models that we have. And then on the 7th floor, we have 5 different pod models up there. So we're introducing a number of new pods that were created during the pandemic. On the first floor, we'll have the consult, the SnapCab consult, which is the one with the partition and 2 people can meet and talk to each other socially distanced. And then on the 7th floor, we have the Meet 2, which is a smaller meeting pod that can fit into smaller spaces depending on your needs. And what is the other one? Oh, we have the Work Plus, which is an office pod, as well as a smaller version of that, which is just the Work. So different working spaces where you can self-isolate in your own environment. And I believe those are all of them.
Those are them, and care, but we talked.
Oh, and the care. That one's too big to.
That won't fit. Yeah.
Yeah. So what's the difference between Work and Work Plus?
So the Work it's about the same size as one of our other meeting pod models, the Meet 4, but it is designed to have your own isolated office within. So you're not meeting with somebody else within it. You're able to do your own quiet, focused working in that pod, with also being visible to the rest of your team and space. If anybody needs you, you're connected. And then the Work Plus is that, but just a bit of a bigger version, similar to our meeting pod, the Meet 6, as far as dimensions go, but it's made for one person.
So Glenn, what was getting you excited about all these new products that you were developing for NeoCon?
Well, I was excited that we could, pivot to give people what they need now, during the pandemic and post-pandemic. And I was excited seeing what my daughter was bringing to the table, because I love making heavy-duty, well-constructed things. Here's the frame. What I'm interested in is the frame of the pod and how heavy-duty it is. Here's the casters, 1,800 pounds. Here's the seismic leveling foot, so this is what I like doing.
Yeah, you like that.
My daughter is all into aesthetics, colors, textures. And so every time I tried to help out with making improvements with the design of the pods and what was going to be shown at NeoCon, I quickly figured out my help was no help at all. And Carla's talent, along with her team, is so far beyond what I have to offer. I've just stepped back and I'm watching it happen. And it's really, really exciting for a dad.
I love that, a proud father. I love that. Well, what's something that's really interesting in terms of, NeoCon, we think of workplace, we do, but all that, our whole community is also working on healthcare, health and wellness, education, government, all the commercial work that needs design. And in you working on that one sort of healthcare facility, it opens up all this new range of possibilities in education and government. So how are you finding that?
Well, we're finding that all kinds of people are coming to us because we are so flexible. Right now, we're doing a large government job where they had to have an incredibly high sound privacy rating to the pods. And we're making pods that have a higher sound rating than a normal 8-inch thick wall that's designed for a soundproof room. We can meet that with a modular wall because one of the criteria was that it could be installed and movable. People are coming to us with all kinds of interesting things of different medical applications for pods. Somebody came to us this week about wanting a nap pods built, so we're making an extra, like I'm working out of a 6 foot by 6 foot meet 6 pod right now. This is what I'm in right now, but we could make one that was more of a 7 foot by 5 foot for a nap pod. I think our product is getting people's imagination going, and their needs that people have are coming to us. We're attracting those people because we can meet their needs with really kind of like inventions they need.
And tell us a little bit, just so we make sure we talk about cleanability, since everyone's so concerned about that.
Right. So for instance, the pod I'm in right now has all gloss wall panels. We also there's some acoustic panels in the ceiling and stuff. So so this is very cleanable. You can also put in acoustic panels. And one of the things about our products is the acoustic panels are some sort of fabric or synthetic felt. And those you can sterilize them, but the nice thing about a SnapCab is these things are all removable and upgradable. So if you found out if this is too bright sounding in here, you could replace it with a acoustic panel. If the acoustics panel got worn out from people touching it or whatever, you could replace them and upgrade them and change them.
That's what people want these days. They need that. They want to make sure it can be cleaned, right. And that also just in terms of the landfill, that if that it's a piece and not taking everything apart.
That's right. Well, and that sort of leads into, we have a 10-year warranty on the frame of our pod and the structure of it because it never wears out. As you know, this pod came out of the elevator remodeling industry, and it was designed to be remodeled, and it's designed to be flexible to people's designs and needs. So that's why we can give a 10-year warranty on this. We expect to be keeping these up for, a lifetime. There's no reason why the major parts of them wouldn't wear out. And the wear parts, you can always upgrade and replace.
That's terrific. So wait, Carla, so I want to ask you the same. What are you most excited about for NeoCon? And also, what's it like working for your dad?
Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, I love both. I'm excited. I'm really excited for NeoCon this year. We've been putting a lot of efforts into the designs of both booths. So actually this past year, we've done a little brand refresh with our messaging, our focus, and logo and tagline. So we're excited to be bringing that in and introducing it into our displays this year. So we're all about creating a space to be you that encompasses our flexibility and our design, the customization you have. We're all about creating a product that'll meet your needs to your unique space, as far as, sizing, movability, dimensions, all of that, and the aesthetics, the finishes, the furniture, colors, graphics. So we're bringing all of that into the booths this year. We're bringing big illustrations, graphics throughout the pods and on walls. We have all sorts of different finishes per pod. There's a lot of variation, and it's supposed to just show the what SnapCab can offer our clients. We're really excited. It's going to be really fun.
Amazing.
I think.
Well,
I
Glenn?
don't know hopefully if it comes in time, we're going to be showing an electrochromic glass that turns on and off, so you can have privacy on and off as well.
Yeah, we have a pod that has some neon lighting in it throughout the seams. We have glass. There's graphics that wrap around one pod that goes onto this back glass wall. A lot of different, we've got a cube wall showing all of these different, you can kind of interact with it with the different finishes and customizations you can do with our products.
That's amazing. I mean, I can't wait to see because it gives each one a new life, really. It gives its own personality, customization, and designers, they just love that. Okay, Glenn, so what is one of the number one questions you get asked?
Well, it's sound privacy with these pods, and people want to compare, how do you stack up with your competitors? And that's a difficult question. And the reasons it's difficult is that there's no consistent test where you can test one measurement to another. There's tests that test sound through a wall, but it doesn't mean that the door and the ventilation isn't leaking sound. There's tests that go from one environment, one room to another, but that test changes from room to room to room. So you can't compare it to somebody else's.
How do you handle that?
Well, I think the way I would handle it is through education. Another issue that comes up is, people want sound privacy, but it's really in comparison with the ambient office noise in their office compared to what's inside the pod. If you have a noisy office, it's easier to get into a pod. If you have an office that sounds like a library or in a cave, then it's really hard. The sound privacy is harder to get with a pod. So then if you were going to order from us, you could order, you get what you pay for, and you can order a pod that you can add extra installation or extra material into these things. So we can customize the pods for aesthetics, and we can customize them for sound quality. So we don't have a single sound number because it depends on what people order.
Well, that makes sense, actually. One last question, Carla. The best thing about my dad is?
Oh man, he's curious. He's curious. He asks questions. He doesn't stop at anything. He wants to look into it, and he's got a very just inventive mind, I would say.
Love that. Okay, Glenn, the best thing about Carla is?
That is not a fair question, but I would say that the best thing about her is her true natural gift for the work that she's doing and what she's bringing to the table here. The best quality is Carla as a human is she is just a wonderful human, and lucky to have her in my life.
Oh, father and daughter. Oh my God, I'm so touched. So wait, so Carla, what's the tagline?
So it's space to be you.
Aha, Glenn, Glenn, clearly it's space to be you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So space to be you, SnapCab are good friends. I mean, nothing better than a daughter and a father relationship, and also to see the respect and the love that you have for each other. It's very touching, and it's bringing a new generation into the product, which I also love. Okay, wait a minute. I have, so the showroom, again, you're on the 7th floor, right? 7-1054, right? That's where the showroom is. And then Carla, on where else?
There's a pass through on the 1st floor. So it's the center pass through on the 1st floor.
Okay. And at the center pass through, your friends at SnapCab, they're doing amazing things for their community and for our industry. Thank you all so much. I'll see you guys at NeoCon.
All right. See you
Thank
there.
you.
Cindy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lisa Simonian with the MART, and I want to thank you for being here and participating in NeoCon 2021. It's wonderful to see our community come back together again physically. This afternoon, we are thrilled to have Lauren Rottet join us to talk about how commercial designers and manufacturers can embrace the opportunities to expand into the residential sector. As many of you know, Lauren is a highly accomplished architect, interior designer, furniture designer, and art curator with an extraordinary record of awards, publications, lectures, juries, and honors. And I have to note that those honors include 4 gold Best of NeoCon awards for her furniture and product designs. Lauren is the founding principal of Rottet Studio, an international architecture and interior design firm, and she is the only woman in history to be elevated to fellow status by both the AIA and the IIDA. Now let's welcome Lauren.
Hello, thank you for being here this afternoon, and hello to all of you on the grand stair and to those of you who are joining us on SANDOW DesignTV. So, whoops, we've fast forwarded. Whoops, we've got to go back. We've fast forwarded quite a bit. Sorry, guys. But while we're doing this, today we are going to talk about expanding your design practice and expanding your product from office predominantly to residential. And I'm probably a good person to talk about this because I spent most of the beginning of my career, a good close to 20 years, doing only office. Started out doing high-rise buildings here in Chicago for SOM, and then moved to Texas, still doing high-rise buildings, and then the boom stopped, so I started doing interiors. I did offices for years until 2008. When I started my own practice, the phone kind of rang. I'll tell you that story in a minute. I started doing hotels. And in about 2015, I started doing residences. And now it's about, maybe about a third of our practice. So we're going to talk a little bit of a brief on Rottet Studio, just so that you know my background and my point of view. Then I'll talk about expanding into the residential market, how your office experience will translate, what you'll need to learn if you don't already know it. And then I also want to talk a little bit about how, if you're trying to expand into hotels or residential and you're doing all office, how you can do some tricks, sort of learn on your office clients so you can translate that into your residential and use the images later. And then I'll talk about the learning curve going into residential design. I want to end by, just kind of reminding you to remember who you are, remember your strengths, remember your skills, grow your own self. Don't try to be somebody else as you expand into different markets. So Rottet Studio. We had 3 offices and now we have 2 more thanks to COVID. So 2 of my people, one moved to Austin, one moved to Denver. Those are big markets for us. We have 3 projects going on in Austin. So now we have an Austin office. We have about 75 people in Los Angeles, well, now the other 5, New York and Houston, and we've done about 60 million square feet of space, office, residential, retail, all sorts of things. And then I think an important thing is that we have 8 lines of business. I'll talk about that in a second. So offices, residential, hospitality, retail. I'm not going to talk about the ships today, but we do all of the Viking, ocean, and river ships, which has taught us a lot about how to entertain someone for 21 days captive. And then our business lines. Placemaking is kind of the buzzword of what they're calling it these days, but that's when you have literally like a raw piece of land and you're working with a residential developer or office or hotel, and you help them figure out how to give that raw piece of land a sense of place. Of course, architecture, interior design, branding. That becomes very important in residential design, because even if you're not doing it as a service, you'll work very, very closely with the branding firm, because when they do these luxury high-rise residential, it's all about why are they better than the next one, so it's all about the brand. And then of course we do product design. So this slide is my team, and when you do residential and hotels, they want to know they're going to have fun with you, and they want to know the personalities of the firm. They want to know your personality. Residential, especially in the luxury level, they want to know if you hang with any of the celebs. So of course I have to include that picture of Sarah Jessica Parker and me. I don't really hang with her, but I did have that one picture. so it works. Design philosophy, 2 slides on this. And I think this has been the success of our business and something that I would encourage anyone to do getting into branded and high-end residential. Be authentic to the building and the location, the venue that you inherit in which to do the interiors. The one on the left, it was Gordon Bunshaft's modernist building in Frankfurt. That's a law firm. Before I started doing residential, I used that as my contemporary residential images. And then the one on the right was my first residential project, and that was in a late 1800s building in New York. And so even though I'm a modernist at heart, I never would have taken out all that beautiful molding and turned it traditional. So we started doing residential about 2016. This was a sweet article in the Houston Chronicle. It was actually the cover of their lifestyle page, and they never really talk about design like that, so I was very happy about it. And she was talking about how we had expanded into doing from offices to the New York Stock Exchange, which is basically an office, but a lot of hospitality, on into product design, lighting, et cetera. We work all over the world, so I have a point of view from the US, South America, Asia, Europe, not so much Africa, which I think would be fun, but, or Australia yet, which I talked to someone today about maybe doing something there, our clients. So I show this to both our residential clients, our office clients, and our hotel clients, because the world is so blurred right now that they really want to know your experience and everything. If you're doing big houses, they love that you've done hotels because they want, they want it to be like some fancy hotel they saw somewhere. And if you're doing offices these days, they want it to be like residences or hotels. So we show that list of clients to everyone. This is kind of interesting, and I only made this slide a few days ago. I realized that a lot of our office clients became our residential clients. So we had done like Bill Gates' office, for example. We did Lloyd Blankfein's office, for example. Can't publish it, can't show it, but that has later led into either doing their personal residences, which I also can't show, or doing high-rise residential that they invest in. So it's kind of interesting as you're doing these important offices to realize that these people may have ties in other things. So you get to know them. They realize how much you listen and how much you really catapult their brand and how you express their brand in your design, and that's what they want in the residential. Okay, so expanding into residential, a little bit about opportunities, what's out there, why would you want to do that? And I think you'll see that there's a lot of good reasons to do it. It's crazy and it's hard, it can be nerve-wracking, but it's also rewarding. Then at my timeline of the expansion, you'll see it wasn't immediate, but once we did get into it, it's been skyrocket. Lessons learned, just thought I'd share those with you so you don't have to learn them on your own. Talk about what you need to know, and then learning from your own office experience. So there's really 4 types of residential, but so there's the uber high-rise luxury residential, which I'll show you a little bit today. Then there's multifamily, that can be high-rise or mid-rise. And then there's single family. There is also, affordable housing or, the 1 or 2 story apartments. We don't really do those, so I won't show you any of those today. But in the uber luxury, imagine 50, 60,000 square feet of amenities, the finest amenities you can possibly imagine, from theaters to rock climbing walls to fitness to squash to huge indoor pools, outdoor pools. So it's really just a lot of fun. And then on the multifamily, there's a big trend in the US these days of luxury apartments, luxury rentals. So these luxury rentals are really rivaling 4-star hotels. So there's maybe half that much amenity space, maybe 25 or 30,000 feet of it. So lobbies and TV areas, sitting areas, pool areas, fancy kitchen areas. And then of course, the single family is kind of a whole thing on its own, which we'll also talk about. So what are some of the residential opportunities? Well, not that I favor these brands necessarily, but these are, they're good brands, but these are ones that are just a little bit close to home right now. Giorgetti, the furniture company, Italian furniture company, is branding with designers and architects and developers to do these residential. Baccarat is branding, you all know the one in New York, and then this new one is in Miami. And then we actually branded with the Howard Hughes Company a project that we did in Honolulu, in Ward Village, and we also ended up doing turnkey furniture. So not only would you design all of the amenities, the units, the planning, you would also design and or select furniture for them that the homeowners can actually choose to buy as a turnkey project. So from a product standpoint, there's all sorts of opportunities to sell, and there's all sorts of opportunities to design. It's really like opening a candy jar And the opportunity to design is so much fun. Office is fun too, and getting more fun, but your residential and your hotel, you know, from bars to restaurants to kitchens, it's really a lot of fun. So the big guys have certainly realized this, and so, you know, Hayworth has been clever, and they call it House of Hayworth, you know, driving home the residential connection, and then, of course, acquiring Janice AC, who's always had a great reputation in outdoor furniture, which, of course, is huge right now. And then I think that's the correct logo for Miller Knoll, and their foray into residential with Design Within Reach, and then, of course, Holly Hunt, and now the merger of that, and I know that's a huge focus for them. And then Bernhard, and the thing that, you know, Jerry's realizing that Bernhard, when you do residential, it is heavy, heavy social media. What do the celebs think? Do they have one of your chairs? Would they live there? Do they live there? So, you know, Terry Crews has been a good marketing for him. And then Rottet Collection is my own line of furniture, and I started that in about 2016, 17 as I started doing residential, because I realized there was a huge market to be able to create and sell your product to these people. They want you to do your home, of course they want your furniture. So we also like to design things that I can't find elsewhere, and so I need to make and design it myself. My timeline. I mentioned that I did offices for years, so 80s, boring, traditional, you know, beautifully designed, but very traditional. 90s, there had been that recession. We did 63 offices for Ernst & Young, tight, efficient, office of the future. Then 2000s was a really fun time to be in office because technology unleashed the desk, and so it was a whole new game. 2008, I started the firm. About a month or so later, we got a call about a hotel. I'll show you that. That kind of catapulted us into that. 2015, the residential. In 2021, this year, I'm about 40% residential and 60 office and hotel. I think that will balance out to be about a third and a third and a third as we go forward. But of course, you know, residential in the COVID period has just absolutely spiked in all of those three categories we talked about. So what you will need to learn if you don't already know it, and I may have to put on my glasses here, is that don't put all your eggs in one basket. So we only did office at one point in time. When I started Rottet Studio in May of 08, of course, we all know the recession was October of 08. Had I only been doing offices, I would have sort of been dead in the water. But we picked up the hotels, and so we did a lot of hotel renovations in 08. And so, you know, we're talking a lot about residential, and it is the hot market right now, but the truth of the matter is that's going to change. And so, you know, give it 2 years or 3, it will be saturated, and the new hot market will be something else. We're already starting to hear a lot about mixed use, meaning office, residential, hotel, all together, retail. And we're starting to hear about crazy projects that also have schools and education and everything in them, almost little town centers. So who knows what the next few years will bring, but one thing is for sure, it will bring change. It always does. When I was an architect, I thought interiors was easy, and then I found out interiors is really hard. So, you know, the lesson is that don't think that just because you want to do residential or want to do hotels and you're a good office designer that it's easy. There is a lot of education that goes into the process. It's a whole bunch of sources that you don't know, vendors you don't know, bathrooms, kitchens, you know, appliances, just tons of things like that. And I put in no silos because I think that's been something that's been really successful in our practice. We don't have an office department, a residential department, and a hotel department. We all train on all of it. So if one goes up or down, I don't have to let people go or retrain others. They can just, you know, very easily move from one thing to another. And it's fun for designers. They love it. They don't get bored. So the things that your office experience help you with, and I will have to say that if you're trained as a commercial interior designer, architect doing offices, you probably are going to know quite a bit more than someone who's been trained as an interior decorator or designer. You're going to know a little bit more about technology, which is big in all big houses these days. Audiovisual, acoustics, you know, complex lighting, dimming controls. You're probably going to have done a lot of space planning. You will have worked with the contractors. You might have done a set of documents. You might have detailed. You might really know how to put together drawings. And sourcing, of course, materials and FF&E is something that you'll need to know in any case. So your background as a commercial designer is actually going to be very good for you, and I think it's been part of my success in residential. We're starting a 22,000 square foot home right now. I just kicked it off yesterday, And it's super complex, and I need to know all of that stuff. And if I were just, a decorator or just an interior designer, I probably would not have been hired. Yesterday, I'm sitting there walking them through everything from the outdoor, ice machine, which one is the best, to what kind of technology they're going to have throughout the house. The last thing on their mind is they're developing this big house is what furniture am I going to pick? That'll come later, right? So these are the things you are going to need to know, and if you're going to need to do single-family residential, you are going to have to brush up on, just looking away at family dynamics and understanding how that can work. You're going to have to get to know about children's rooms, a lot about pets. You're going to have to just not mind hearing all these personal things that your single-family clients want to tell you. You're going to have to learn about bedding, sheets, towels. There is so much to learn about bedding. I had no idea, but I feel like I'm somewhat of an expert on it at this point. So, 1,000 thread count versus 300, that's not necessarily an indication of good or bad. You have to know all of these kinds of things. They don't teach you that in architecture or design school. You have to know about drapery, the pulls, the sides. So there's just a lot of stuff you need to know. And if you want to do high-end residential or, the kind that's really, highly published and fun, they do expect you to be an expert on absolutely every one of these subjects. Who makes the best pillows? Who does the best pillow stuffing? On and on. So learn from the office experiences and the office projects that you're doing now, because again, I had been really wanting to do hotels. So I was starting to do, and this was before 2008, I was starting to do my offices kind of like little mini hotels or like residences. I was starting to use residential furniture, think of more mood lighting, think of more things that would make an office more comfortable. And so then when I was really wanting to transition, I was able to take some, maybe they were cropped shots of those projects, but I could take shots of those projects, crop them, and say, yes, I know how to do a night table or a dining table or a this or that. Yes, I've done those kinds of things. And the other thing is that, the office is this whole work-life integration thing, some of those are offices and one of them is residential, so it's kind of a blurred thing. If you're going to do residential, they are also going to expect you to know how to do the outside, especially in these high-rise buildings. You will probably have a landscape architect, you'll have an architect, but they want the interior designer to dictate the experience. They look to the interior designer to help them brand it from the second the car drops this potential owner off, all the way through the tour, out into the outside. So we've had to learn about plant material, pool edge details, lots of fun things. So in your offices, make it more hospitality. Just tell them that you think it should be more comfortable and more hospitality-like, then go visit some of the great new hotels and do some of that stuff in your offices. And then think of it also, the offices as you're designing them, like a home. And what I sometimes tell my office clients is, in an office, you get a little cubicle over there, or a desk over there, or a check-in spot, or an office. But really, in a home, you get the whole thing. You bought the whole thing. It's all yours. You don't show someone, oh, that's just my bedroom. So think of an office like that, and if you design it like that, it's actually is great for the employees because they feel more bonded with the whole space, and it actually works better, and you can be more efficient. More socially oriented, that's what offices are really being used for these days, and that's also what a home is very much for, the psychology of social, the hearth, and then of course the importance of wellness. The commercial industry has done that a lot better than hotels and even residences. Well, residences are naturally safe if they're on the ground because they're indoor, outdoor, but these high-rise ones have not looked at wellness and have not looked at LEED as much as the offices have. So that's another area of expertise you might bring to your clients. They're just now, believe it or not, starting to talk about that as a differentiator between their competition, which I find interesting because we've been doing it forever in offices. So put it all together. This is a hotel project that I did in Washington, D.C. These two images have garnered us more law firms than any of the law firm experience I ever showed anybody, because this is what people want now. They want bars, they want comfortable, they want interactive. So this is the law firm that resulted from it. Full-on bar back behind those walls. Lots of social spaces. That's the bar. You don't always get an amazing two-story ceiling. Working with Paradigm Talent Agency, doing the whole front entry hall, so outdoor, indoor. That's going to be very important going on into the future. Hollywood, know how to brand it. This one's a little more hospitality-like than it is residential. New York Stock Exchange. We actually did this with studios. So studios acted as the office designer and I acted as the residential hospitality designer. And so we merged those talents, and because it is, and we restored this amazing grand ballroom of the Stock Exchange. I was with Todd DeGarmo last night, and we were reminiscing about it. But we brought into it the area, the expertise on service and how you make it feel more hotel-like, because that's what the New York Stock Exchange realized would set them apart from NASDAQ and some of the others who were so high-tech and so this and that. So it's a beautiful restoration of the Buttonwood Bar, some dynamic new stuff. And then Bill's office. When we did Bill Gates' office, he wanted very residential. He said, I really don't know to tell you of what I want or how I'm going to use this, but I do want it to be very comfortable, like a home. I'm going to live here, I'll be here more than I'll be anywhere else. I want it to be like a home. So in some ways, this was sort of one of our first residential projects. I can't really show these, but I can show these because you can screenshot them off of Inside Bill's Mind. And then our law firms. This is in Los Angeles, so we figured out a clever way to get you from the downstairs up to the roof and created a roof garden for them. San Francisco law firm, very much like the Maybach, the furniture, the use of it, the wood. And that's what you do when you do a home. A lot of these homes that we do are not people's first homes, they're their second or third homes. So they want them, or fourth, they want them to be suited to that environment. And our office clients want that too. So this is out in Santa Monica. Everybody seems to want the one hotel, this sort of, I call it the Brooklyn look, but walnut and a lot of plants. You see plants everywhere at NeoCon this year. I guess plants are the thing, right? Because I suppose they're healthy. Project for Stuart Peterson, one of the founding people of YouTube. So this one is really amazing views, but this was done like a fantastic dining room versus a boardroom or a conference room. And then this is United Talent Agency, and this one's a lot about theater. And when you start to do hotels and residential, especially high-end residential, they want theater. Because as much as they'll tell you they don't want to be, ostentatious, they do want to impress. And so they want the sort of door to open and the, lights come on and beautiful things happen. So talk about theater. This is considered the best screening room in Hollywood. This actually also, believe it or not, gets us some residential jobs because a lot of people want state-of-the-art screening rooms, and they think, well, if she can do, a screening room where Johnny Depp looks at, Pirates of the whatever that is, where the best screening room in Los Angeles, certainly she can, handle my lighting controls and my audio, visual, and acoustical, because that's important. If it's not important to the her, it's definitely important to the him, and they want to make sure that all that technology is taken care of. This is Disney's law office, actually, but it looks like it could be the lobby of a residential. I kind of threw Target in for fun. This is actually quite a budget project. They interviewed a lot of people, but they came to us because they felt that we could capture that sort of spirit of Target, being for the home, being for the individual, being very personal, but having a very targeted brand. I don't think I would have had to put the logo on that one to tell you who it was. Viacom, now this is like a funky house. It's very indoor and outdoor, and we did everything, from the bustle on the building to the interiors to the landscaping. So it's very dynamic, certainly not residential-like, but definitely theater-like. Paul Hastings, we do their offices all over the world, and it's a collection. This is Century City. This is Frankfurt, I showed it to you, Chicago. And this is Paris. And the important part about the Paris project, Cindy Allen in Interior Design actually published it. This owner of the hotel in an Upper East Side hotel saw it and went, that's what I want. I don't want predictable traditional. I want elegant traditional like that. So we were hired, my first hotel, for the Surrey Hotel, Upper East Side, New York. It hit big, and it was the #1 top-rated hotel in New York for 10 years in a row with Condé Nast and Travel and Leisure. So of course you can imagine that led into lots and lots of hotels. We've now done at this point about 45 hotels. That's been since 2008. And we do super 5 stars, even 6 stars now. We're starting to do 6-star hotels all the way to Moxies, which are just really fun, brilliant kind of, affordable hotels. I'm not going to talk too much about hotels today because this is residential. If you want this deck, it will be on the video so you can read these. But I think it is super important if you're starting to do residential, especially on the higher end, bigger scale, or for developers, that you think about how a hotel is done. Hoteliers have mastered it because that's how they make their money. If they don't have that design right, it doesn't function right. The lighting's not beautiful. They don't service you perfectly. You don't notice that service, then they're not going to make money. So they've been doing this thing for a long time. So go to your best hotels and just observe and copy what they do because it may be really helpful. And then this office project led to our first residential, which I showed you. This was a hedge fund, an investment management firm in New York, and I did his office. Cindy put it on the cover. He and I bonded over it. They loved what I did. I did all the art for them. We became friends. And then he said, well, I want you to do my house. So I'm like, whoa, your home is really traditional. It was in Apthorpe, the 1893 building in Manhattan. And I do more contemporary. Let me find you someone who can help you. No, I want you to do it. So I have also learned that sometimes the takeaway, that was not practice or fake, that was real, but I've actually learned, and I do that most of the time when someone comes to me asking for a single family personal residence, I usually say, no, that's not what we do, I'll find someone for you. Well, of course, it's like, well, then I want you to do it even more. It's not, I'm not really tricking them, but that's what seems to work out. But I do have two rules about single family. You can't fight in front of me. And I'm not going to count your shoes and boots and things like that in your closet. I'll design your closet, but the closet consultant does the shoes and boots and does all the counting. Just kind of running you through these. Yes, you're going to have to learn how to do children's rooms. And in this one, we did this before the wife was not involved. You're going to have to also learn some buzzwords. The only thing she wanted was an AGA. Does anybody know what an AGA is? It's an amazing stove that's kind of like a machine. It's grossly heavy. It stays on all the time. There's lots of complicated structural and electrical things you have to do to have one. I couldn't pretend like I didn't know what it was, and I'm asking everyone, does anyone know what an AGA is? I didn't even know that it was a stove. She just said, I just want an AGA, right? So you have to learn certain things, and you do have to know kids. We did these daughters' rooms without her seeing them, and so we picked those ponies, and of course, it was the daughter loved it, so the mom loved it, and we were a shoe-in. So now we've done a lot of residential. These are actually what's on the board right now. San Francisco, Houston, Hong Kong, another one in San Francisco. I'll show you the one in New York that's just finishing up, Dallas, and also a very traditional one with Robert Stern going on in New York. So the transition into residential, you'll see the slide in a minute. What you need to know, designing for the luxury buyer, and then designing for multifamily. It's all a little bit different, and then for single family. So the transition into residential, I knew it wasn't going to be easy, and that's why I told, that client whose office I had done no, because I'm like, oh, we don't have time, and I don't know all this stuff, and I don't want to pretend to not know. So it's like diving out of an airplane, and they're looking at you like you're supposed to know absolutely everything, and it's a whole different language. I mean, the fabrics are different, the pillow trims are different. There's the AGA, that one happens to be baby blue. Hers was even bigger than that. It was twice that big, and she wanted maroon. So it's really like trial by fire, and you have to be brave because, as designers, we put on a face that we know what we're doing, and for the most part, if you're an office designer, you do. You've been doing it a while, and you research it. Well, that's what you'll have to do getting into residential, too, because there is a lot to know. So I think I've talked a lot about what you need to know, but I will also say that when you're starting to do residential in the area where there's competition, you are going to have to know what the celebrities like. I always thought that was so silly, but people want to know, what does Kim Kardashian have? What does Sarah Jessica have? What do they do? Do they have any of your furniture? What colors are in? What colors do they think are in? It's kind of silly like that. Instagram, it's huge. How many followers do you have? Pinterest. Get used to people coming to you with a stack of magazine pages torn out. I want this in my bedroom, I want that in my kitchen, and get used to saying, oh, let's just get a Pinterest board. You can find mine, I have it dumped on this. You dump your Pinterest likes, I'll dump my Pinterest likes, and let's have a Pinterest scroll through party. So it's kind of a different thing. It's much more about lifestyle sometimes. Your library is going to at least triple in size. And thank goodness for Material Bank that got some of us through COVID, delivering whatever as we needed it. But if you don't have physical size for your library, then you can always call on them. You'll need to know about wall coverings, DeGorny, things like Eagle-Massé, back-painted glass, things you've never heard of. You'll need resources on tiles that are way more playful and colorful than you've probably been using in in your commercial environments. You also can get away, without fire-rated materials. So your old library probably didn't even have that in it. It shouldn't have, because you really can't put anything in an office that's not fire-rated. But there's a whole nother world of stuff out there for residential that you can use. So designing for the luxury high-rise or the luxury buyer, I was talking to someone earlier today who was telling me different experiences that influenced them. As when they were children, my father took me to San Simeon. This is the pool that was done, that Julia Morgan did for Marion Davies. It never left my mind, and you'll see a few come up that were definitely inspired by it. Over-the-top experience. So most of us have probably traveled. We've seen amazing things. I've traveled pretty well. So I do know a lot. I don't know everything, but I also research. When I'm going to do something for someone who's in the multi-billion-dollar range, then I kind of figure out what's going on. What cars do people drive in that range? Where do they go? Where do they vacation? I try to keep up with what's going on. They want over-the-top experiences. They can have anything, so they want an experience. Location is kind of a given. Outdoors, they want to feel like they can engage with the outdoors, but then of course they want it completely temperature controlled. So you do have to learn a lot about mechanical systems and how to get that feeling of, oh, just open your windows, yet, keep the place conditioned. And they all have collections of some kind, whether it's china or art or cars. Most of these guys have cars these days, and you're building enormous basements and you're doing whole car museums for them. And every amenity possible, one of a kind. They definitely this is the tricky part, they want to see everything, they want to sit in everything, but they want everything to be one of a kind that no one else has. So that becomes a little bit of a trick. So you have to talk them into not everything being one of a kind. Let's just use some wonderful things. We'll upholster it very differently for you. We talked about, collectible and valuable. When I showed that slide that said be authentic to your design, people ask me all the time, why do your buildings seem so timeless? Why do they, or are they still like the best hotel or the best residential? It's because you design them so specifically for that site and so much based around the function and using the materials correctly that even if 20 years goes by, it's still a really beautiful building and design done for that site, so it doesn't age. There might be a newer one, but there's not necessarily going to be a better one. Okay. Another thing that I think is really important, and it's the last one on here, is you need to learn how to style. And there is a difference between interior design and architecture and styling. Like when you open an AD magazine or one of those, they've been highly styled typically by the magazine. So you have to learn where, and if you have a huge budget, fantastic, but if you don't, you have to learn where to get accessories, art, plants, napkins, everything inexpensively and beautifully so that you style it so that it feels right, looks right in the photographs, and it actually services them. Melody's sitting here on the front row. I mean, we have clients who, they're like, oh, I don't want anything from my old house. I need you to pick out everything from the silverware to the placemats to the flower vases. By the way, can you tell me what flowers to put? And oh, we're having a party. What should my kids wear? You become like the complete style expert for their whole lives. Central Park Tower, 130 stories in the air. The architect, Adrian Smith from Chicago, he was my very first boss, well, second one after I was an intern. He was the architect, I was the interior designer. We did absolutely every ounce of the interior planning, worked with him on the unit plans, helped him shape the building from an entire interiors to out standpoint, and that's our view of Central Park Tower from our building. So, this is a high-end luxury buyer who is used to everything. So what do you give them that they can't, get in Asia or, the Middle East or wherever it is they have their other homes? So Adrian and I work closely together to make the building and the interior almost seamless, which rarely happens, actually. He had these beautiful hand-cast glass pieces. I carried them into the lobby. We created, and Geet has seen it, it's like her favorite moment because it's very zen-like. We created this very slow water wall that calms you as you enter. It's sort of psychological. You don't really realize it's there, but you instantly calm down. We don't tell our residences that we put them on a proscenium or a stage, but we know that they feel important about themselves. So we actually created a proscenium around the stage, which is the front desk. That's a trick in theater where you put the proscenium around and it gets everyone to focus on the stage and makes things feel special. Little tricks that you do. I speak a lot about theater. It's important in residential design of this level because people want that. They want the theater of it all. We also act like set designers. I literally think of a space, okay, you walk in, front center stage, what stage left, what stage right, what do you see, what surrounds you? It's very important. In a lot of these, we team with people. This is Lalique, and so we designed that custom chandelier with Lalique. I forget how many crystals, but we even designed the sweet little crystal ball. We have handles in our powder rooms that are custom designed Lalique handles. And then you have to, as the interior designer, working with the sales teams who become part of your client, because they're the ones who have to sell these $40 million, $300 million homes. So you work very closely with the sales team. What will they need? What should we do? What differentiates them? And I said, well, I would want a ballroom if I lived in a 130-story tower, because why would I want to go somewhere else if I needed to have a ball or a wedding or something like that? So we have a full-on ballroom on the 100th floor. And we have a full-on staffed 24/7 bar, as well as private dining room for the people that live here. This is over-the-top luxury for sure. A spa, place to go down and get a massage away from your family. Beautiful fitness center, and then you can see this is the pool inspired by the Marion Davies one. It's all a hand-laid tile on the pool and on up into the ceiling. One of these days I'm gonna hope to sneak in there and do the backstroke and see what that ceiling looks like. So the floor planning, all very time consuming. And you spend a lot of time with the developer and the architect because the building has to be incredibly structural. You have to figure it out. You have to make the spaces feel big. The columns are huge. You see a lot of gray area in there. There's a lot of mechanical. So it's like major puzzle working. And then you have to sit down with the sales team who says, no, 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 that's not what's going to sell. This is what's going to sell. Then you have to start all over. And then you can sit down with the developer. That's not what sells. This is going to sell. So the planning part goes on for a while. And meanwhile, you have to start designing it because that planning part can go on forever. This is the model show flat that we have on the 92nd floor, showing you a little bit about our process. So those are elevations. Even though we planned this building, this is actually a 4-bedroom unit, but I felt it should open up and be a 3-bedroom and have a study off of the kitchen instead of a 4-bedroom. So we did that. Kitchen design, these are completely all custom, built by Smallbone, which is one of the best manufacturers out of London. They're highly lacquered, so that are actually resin, so that they're completely durable. The owner gets a choice. They can have a beautiful dark stone, a dark mahogany, or it's actually a walnut finish, or they can have a light floor with the sycamore, and they can have a choice of their cabinets. So when you do these kinds of things, you do give people choices because they're going to live there, but not ones that require different drawings, just ones that are finish related, because you have to get your details done. Of course, of a different color, also very luxurious living. Probably similar cost per square foot, but San Francisco. They don't want all that luxury. They don't want all that bronze. They want the best location, the best views, best quality materials, all very natural, very minimal, open up to the views. So this is our project for San Francisco. Houston, this is Rosewood. So these are some primary residences, but also secondary residences for people coming from South America and others into Houston. They want a little bit of a taste of Texas. But Houston is different. It's, masculine and very feminine, so kind of a combination of that. We're known for amazing mail rooms. You have to think of the psychology. Mail's not fun anymore, right? You don't get cookies from grandmother. You get bills and, income tax stuff. And so we like our residents to be in a beautiful environment when they get those things. Don't forget the corridors. A lot of people do, and it's very important. Never let the mindset leave what you created for them in the lobby. Make sure that design experience goes throughout. Definitely you have to know how to do a show kitchen because they all have celebrity chefs that they hire to come in and do, monthly or whatever cooking. This is a project with Renzo Piano in San Francisco. So this one will be LEED Platinum. So that alone is a study that I had to personally get very involved in with Renzo's office because it's one of the first high-rise residentials to be a LEED Platinum. And that did take quite a bit to do. So light colors, open to the sky, very San Francisco. We work with reflective materials quite a bit. If you are purchasing something up high in the sky, you probably want that view around you. And getting to know how to do bedrooms and bathrooms. A bedroom is an art in itself, and they don't have to be huge, but they do have to be pretty perfect. Let's save that one for a hotel discussion day. Project in Houston, where we also did the building. This one is, they don't have to give up their garden to live here. Dog washes. You have to love dogs, I think, to be to do residential, because you have to take care of those dogs as much as they do. The penthouse, we're showing this to a very important client who's just moved to Texas. And then, of course, it doesn't hurt to have water features on the penthouse of your floor. And these are all things that I, as the interior designer, come up with for selling these. Traditional property in Manhattan, this is 200 East. So again, it's where you live. Upper East Side is still traditional. This is Robert Stern, a brand new building, but it looks as if it were pre-war. So telling the story, we research the environment, we walk around, we figure out who lives there, we figure out where the Apple store is, what's the feeling, what's the environment, and we do actually, believe it or not, assign characters. They're made up names. What do I have here? I put my glasses, Lindsay and Charles, et cetera. So some are typically older, Sarah and Josh, Linda and Charles. So some are older, some are younger, and we put our heads into these characters and we design as if we were these characters. It's kind of important because you have people in your staff working with you. They haven't lived like this. They're in Manhattan in a little 8 by 10 room. And so when they put their heads into these characters, all of a sudden they can live vicariously through them, and then they can design for them. So we do a lot of storytelling and character making. Tell the story with materials. Don't let that beautiful building stop at the lobby. Carry it in, carry the limestone in, the proportions. Robert Stern is a master at traditional proportion. Learn how to do a library. Almost every home that you do will have a fabulous library in it. I know law firms have gotten away from libraries, but they're all the hot thing in private residential. Think of transition points as just as important as the rooms. These are the corridors. These lead to the winter garden. Of course, you have to have a winter garden, especially in Manhattan, so that when you're freezing, you can still feel like you're outside. And then yet another pool inspired by the Davies. So I think half of this developer sales team is going to live in this building. So we spent about 3 years, I'm kidding, but a very long time. Well, I want 2 lanes, I want 1 lane, I want a bench that goes all the way across. Well, I have kids, I want this and that. We're finally like, let's just get the pool done. So these can have a lot of discussion. Fitness, this was small, so we had to make it really beautiful, because if you don't have a lot of room, then you can sell it with the gorgeousness of it versus the amount of equipment you have. Manhattan's tricky because sometimes it can be small. You have to know absolutely everything about kitchens. I'll just suffice at that, all the appliances, which one's good this year, which company bought the other company, which starters are good, the whole, whole bag works. China, a whole nother client, whole nother customer. This is, we're doing 5 projects for this client. They're all along the bay. If you've been to Hong Kong, beautiful sites. So you want to bring the bay in. So we study that, we look at that. Even the forms that we create with the architects bring the feeling of the water in. Colors and the materials tie you back to the bay. And this image I think is interesting because it's subtle, but it's definitely conceived around the idea of the old junks, the ships, the sailing boats that used to be out in the harbor and somewhat still are. The sails, the materials, the natural wood, the bronze, etc. Have to understanding the Asian culture, the tables, the dining rooms, the importance of the Chinese meal, and don't let it stop at the fitness center. Bring that spirit in. And don't let it stop at the pool. This one was not inspired by Marion Davies. This one was inspired by the feeling of being in a sailboat and being in the water and letting it come over and surround you. This is not high rise, but it's ultra luxury, and this is in Los Angeles working with Ma at Mad Architects, really fun. A lot of what's going on in luxury residential is they want to differentiate themselves. They want unusual looking buildings. And so Ma conceived this as really a contemporary village. And so it's like living around these are our early sketches with Ma, trying to figure out how to get all of this organic architecture to actually work with a bed and, dining tables and things like that. But the end result's quite fun. Very light-filled and spirited. And then multifamily. I'll go through this quickly, but it's really pretty much the same thing, except you have less than half the budget. Your budgets are very, very tight on multifamily. That doesn't mean it's not fun. It is fun. You're designing for a younger environment. You're designing for, these have to be kind of like the hippest, coolest places in town. There's a lot of competition in them. They're rental. And so you spend a lot of time with the developers and the salespeople about what really sells. This one's important to us because it was our first one in Manhattan. This was called Starter Homes on 23rd. They had another architect and designer on board. They weren't selling. So they came to us and said, can you help us? And I'm like, well, you got to redo that building, first of all. So we redid the building, redid the lobby, redid everything. Took a fresh point of view about the units. We didn't do kitchen overheads. We put as much storage vertically. We did a bathroom that, had the spirit of the warehouse district in New York. Opened the showroom, which is this. In July, they were 100% sold out by September. So you can imagine we're on our 6th project for them because they know that we think about it and the work does sell well. This is Houston, combining a historic property with luxury rental. So branded residential is becoming super important even in the rental market. So this has a historic little hotel that we redid, and it services the apartments. So as you can imagine, this gets the highest rent of any apartment. The city of Houston has a great roster of clients, and these are people who could buy, but they're choosing to rent in this. This is the historic part. This is our subtly transitioning the historic into the new, and then the new part is quite contemporary, but it has a nod toward what was in the historic building. Lots of dogs in this building. I don't think I've ever seen a person without a dog and a leash around them. You do little hotel rooms and suites for the guests because nobody really wants people up in their apartment, so they put them down there. Lots and lots of amenities. I just go back for a half a second, if I can. Nope, maybe not. I wanted to stop on this for 2 seconds, the tour. When you're selling residential, it's super important that there's no dead ends. It's important in residential design, period. But where do you start the person? Where do you take them? What do they see first? You go around the fitness center, you pop outside and look at the sunset. You come through the fitness center, glance at the yoga room, then you go outside in what we call the aqua lounge. Then you get outside, you look at the pool, then you come back to the private dining room. Then you look into the living room, which is beautiful. Then you go down the elevator and leave, or up to the unit to look at your apartment. So it's very, very orchestrated, and we spend a lot of time with the sales teams. This is one in Dallas, again, historic. This is also Hines, the developer who works all over the nation. This is the office component. It's 100% leased already, and we're barely out of this stage in it. So, people know Hines, they know us, they know that we're going to give them the lifestyle they're looking for. It's all about lifestyle these days. This is the courtyard between the office and the rental. Lots of fun, there will be movie night, things will be covered with ivy. It's active, it's a lifestyle they're buying. This is the office. It has a full-on bar, it has a little grab and go, it has a restaurant, it has downstairs meeting, and this is the upstairs of the office where you can come and meet, very residential-like. Residential component, again, the tour. I won't walk you through this one, but the tour. And there's typically in these luxury, a low-rise amenity and a high-rise amenity. The one we did in Hawaii, so very open air, very Hawaiian, all turnkey furniture, most of our product. The building we're working on, this is, and you can tell me afterward if you like the dark version or the light version, still undecided. Single family. So it's everything we just talked about, but way more personal. Again, get ready to be their advocate or advisor on absolutely everything. And thank goodness I have wonderful people in my office like Melody and Amber and Hannah who love that kind of thing. I'm much more, let me just design it. I don't want to know about, what party you went to or the problems you're having. I just want to design your home. But you have to hear about all of that. So thank goodness others enjoy the gossip and going out to dinner and enjoy bars. You have to really become their friends. This one's Lake Flato, and we only did the interiors, but we did work with them on the planning of it. So very minimal, really respecting the architecture that they had created. Fantastic piece of art, all of the art we basically found for them. Custom designed some of the furniture and bought some of the furniture. A home that we did from the ground up. The client came to me wanting faux arches and, fake tiles. I'm like, no, you've got the wrong person. We'll find you a builder. He goes, no, I just want Mediterranean. So this was my version of Mediterranean that the land can be as old as it wants to be because it's been there forever. So the groundwork was very Mediterranean and traditional. Then theoretically, there were these two stone houses that grew up. Then we bridged them with a contemporary box. And then eventually we wrapped them in plaster. That was a story I told myself to be able to create this sort of old world environment. You can see the planes of the ground coming up on this exposed rough stone wall. I love courtyards. I love interesting different views. I love the experience. This is on a busy street, so you go through a wall of green, into a courtyard, into a smaller courtyard, into the home. Indoor, outdoor, we like to float glass off of the wall. My contractors hate that. I'm like, you can do it. I did it here. Look, you can do it. Because that way you get to see under and it feels like the space never stops. That's the indoor, outdoor trick. And so when someone says to you they want old world, I'm like, well, then let's just go get old world. So this is all reclaimed from the south of France. It's not made to look old, it is old. You know, beams from ancient buildings in south of France. Understanding landscape, project in Santa Monica. I'll run through these quickly. House we're doing in Houston, know your site. We flipped the house, we did a front yard pool because the back neighbors were ugly as sin, really ugly houses. So we focused everything on the front. An unusual thing to do, now it's become that whole street, it's becoming the trend to focus on front yard houses. So I love to break the molds like that. Apartment in New York, embracing the pre-war, realizing it's a view, take advantage of the views outside. Brand new town, well, not brand new, pre-war. It's a brand new project for us. You're just seeing the renderings. 6-story townhome. These people have great legs walking up and down that stair constantly. This is a rendering, but it looks pretty much just like this. Accessories, you have to buy everything, and they want to see everything. This is a whole project in itself. Crazy project we're doing in Vegas. This is the small one. This is the 18,000-foot house. She loves contrast, she loves black and white. Crazy 24-story marble walls, lots of fun. And then this is my house in Montauk. Cindy said I should show it. So I don't live in huge, big black marble walls, but I love my Montauk house. It was designed by George Nelson. I found I'd never even been to Montauk. I saw it, I'm like, I'll take it, I love it. And the realtor thought I had lost my mind. She said, it's so strange, there's not a square in it. I'm like, I know, I'll take it, I love it. So this is my life in the summertime, wintertime too. It was published in Interior Design and also AD France, and I can't read French, but it says something about the reality that that palm tree is really real and is really in a skylight above the bed in the bedroom. Some conceptual things we're working on, project in Japan that we're working on. So this is the last slide, and then we'll get to questions and answers. You can read it, but basically it's saying, and I said it in the beginning, don't forget who you are. Realize that you may know a lot more than some of these interior designers do know because of your experience in the commercial manufacturing. And the product people, the manufacturers, you know, durability is sustainable, and that's something that we can sell to the residential client. You know, everyone talks about West Elm or Restoration Hardware. Well, yeah, you know, cheap and whatever, but is it really going to last? Is it a classic? And the commercial manufacturers, their work is tried and true, and it will, and I think that's really important, and we do sell that to them, and the manufacturers are getting wise and realizing they have to have a little bit more interesting furniture and variety to sell to the residential market. So that's it. So does anybody have any questions? Thank you. I think Melody is going to run around with the mic.
Is it on? Can you hear me? Okay, I really enjoyed everything, the demonstration. But I have a question about finding a general contractor. I feel like that's the hardest thing to do as an interior design firm. I'm sure you all have people competing for bidding for your job. But for me personally, it's the hardest thing for me to do because I feel like to find a general contractor, so far I've had general contractors that are ready to take advantage of a situation. That scares me. So I don't know what to do. You know, I have to look at their work. I'm you know, doing everything I can in order to find a good one, but it's still so difficult. Do you have any suggestions?
Well, I think it's a really good question, and you're right, it is really hard. And the same contractor who might do one of those contemporary homes is not the same contractor to do one of those traditional homes, because they don't even know those details. So, you know, the most important thing is to find homes that you like, that you think are well built, and then find out who built them. And then that owner, you know, will very quickly tell you it was a horrible experience or it was a great experience. So I've been known to leave notes on the door of a house saying, can you tell me who landscaped your yard, or you know, who built your house? Because it's, you know, you can't just like open up Google or, you know, hear this and that. You have to really figure out where the personal experiences come from. There are also, you know, design build shops where the contractors are architects. And I have found that that can be a good relationship, because then you can talk to them and then it's not a mystery anymore. Because that contractor, until you've done several of these, you don't even know what they're talking about or what they're hiding or how to do it. But after you've done a few houses in a city, then, you know, you pretty much know what things cost. When I did that one house in Houston, since it's for my son, I couldn't let him go over budget or we wouldn't have a house. So I had to research all of that stuff. And then in researching it all, I asked every single stone supplier, roofer, blah, blah, who do you like? Who do you work with? It's a contemporary home, who do you like? And when I kept getting the same name over and over again, I'm like, okay, I think I have my guy. But it's tricky because it's like a partnership.
Hi there, this is Paul Armstrong. I'm a residential architect and builder. That was a very, very well done presentation. Really appreciated it. I have a personal question, maybe. I'm actually George Nelson's, he was my great uncle. And
wow.
So I'm very curious what year the house was built, and maybe 3 things you really enjoy about the house.
Oh, thank you. Well, that's exciting. Well, you'll have to come see it at some point in time. Okay, it's an interesting story, and it has been published quite a bit, so you can read it or I can send you the info on it. It was designed or built originally, designed in 1959, originally built in 61 on the beach. Maria Kennedy, who was George Nelson's assistant, you may have heard that name. I think she was only there for maybe, I don't know, maybe 6 or 8 years or something. She came to an opening when the AIA toured it, and I pulled her aside, and I went to see her later because I wanted to know how much he really worked on the house, because I had been told, oh, he didn't do that house, it was Gordon Chadwick, or he never worked on the house. And she looked at me so funny with big eyes, and she said, well, then I don't know what they were doing, because the Johnsons would come and spend hours behind closed doors and hours and days, so I think he was working on it. So for sure he worked on it. So my home, though, was rebuilt. So Dick Johnson, who was the son of the people it was originally built for, they sold it. They had a guarantee that it would never be torn down. They started to tear it down. The son went in and got all the built-ins, all the light fixtures, a lot of the original furniture and the plans, and then got permission to rebuild it. So he rebuilt it on the lot where I am. So I have some of the original built-ins, the plans, but it's a different lot. So this one was finished in the 80s, in the mid-80s, and it overlooks the whole back bay of Montauk. What I love is that every room is a hexagon. I didn't even think I could plan in that thing. When you look at it, you're like, wow, this isn't going to work. A door doesn't even open up completely. It works beautifully. You don't really need the door to open up completely as long as it opens up just wide enough. And the energy that flows through a hexagonal house, someone asked me about my sofa for Hayworth. Well, where did you get this angle? I'm like, okay, well, from the George Nelson house. A lot of my own design is now having more angles in it and more free-flowing sort of energy than just the orthogonal nature. So I love the angles of the house and the shingled ceilings and the view and everything about it. Any other? All right, well, thank you.